UN Spacey Wolf Squadron. This is Wolf Mia. I am here to give you another episode of the Wolf Commander Rambles. First, let me give a shout out to many people who have came in and gave me a shout out. Hit that thumbs up. I appreciate it. Hello, Agent Boomer. Hello, Chris P. Hello, Brian Gill Martin. Thank you guys. If you guys weren't able to attend, or if those who were not able to attend, I appreciate the subscribe, the likes, the shares, whatever, what have you. I also have to give a shout out to co my co-host and wingman, the immaculate traveling scribe Ivan Mendoza. Say hello to Ivan Mendoza, everybody. That is one of my wingmen alongside the Guyver Patriot Owen Lister, who probably is not here with us today. He's probably at work right now. But this Rambles Today episode is about the Transformers franchise and my experiences, my critiques, my likes and dislikes of the franchise. You will get to hear me raw and unscripted about these. I'll go by movie, and I'll go and end it with my top favorite Transformer movie, which I will review once we get there. Yo, Ivan, I can see you, man. I can hear you. I feel you. I feel your presence, buddy. But let me go by what prompted this stream today. It was due to Age Boomer when I gave the two topics. The first two topics of what I'm going to be covering this week, which is going to be 2-day topics on this week as a sort of a break while you guys wait for the mainstream, which I really come for, is me and the wingmen to either do a weave watch or even a rewatch. So what prompted this was I put in the two topics, which is the Transformers franchise and why do modern writers seem to be more fixated on villains more than heroes. And Age Boomer answered Transformers franchise. And it seems like in the Facebook group, nobody ever answered to contend with him or vote otherwise. So I said, you know what? Might as well be the Transformers franchise. And as a matter of fact, I was enthusiastic to talk about both of them, not as a one-day thing, but more of a, if I cover one topic, I will cover the other topic on Thursday. So that's how I set this thing up. So if any of you guys, when next week comes in and I throw in the two topics, always check around the professor's Facebook group and come upon my post about it. And whatever the two topics I give, you guys can say it in the comments and pick which one is which one you want me to talk first is what I'm saying. And I also give a second day chance up on Monday so that you guys can try to I guess you can overrule it. You know what I'm saying? You guys can overrule it and I can switch it around. I'm flexible like that. You know that I'm very flexible about that. So whichever one gets the most decision put forward, we can switch it up. And that doesn't mean I'm not going to cover the next topic. I'm going to cover, it's basically which one you want to hear first before you hear the second one. So that's a little bit about how I set this thing up. But without further ado, let's get into the Transformers franchise and my takes on the franchise as a whole and what I heard recently about the franchise continuing forward. So I'll let you guys in on something. Yeah, right. It's not really that much of a secret that I did like the Transformers franchise for a time when I was younger, and it's so my love for the franchise started to deteriorate with each entry. The first movie we all agree on is the best. as a whole for the Bayformers franchise. Everybody knows that the first movie is always the best, and I'm gonna get a little bit to my thoughts about that movie, especially now that I've seen it multiple times and looked back on it a few times to really seed out the issues that plague the franchise going forward. And the first one was like I saw that one in theaters when I was 16, 17, I believe. And my mom's boyfriend at the time took me and his son to see that movie. And I was excited, of course. I was really excited. I was blown away by the special effects. I was blown away by the first attack of the Decepticon. I believe his name was Blackout, the helicopter. I was very blown away by that. Um, I even for a time liked Sam Witwicky as a character, which I'm gonna get to my initial criticisms of his character going forward as this franchise as he grew in the franchise is what I'm saying. Um, Second movie I really liked for a time, but the more I watched it, I started to really dislike it. Third movie, well let me swing back. I did not see the second movie in theaters, but I did see the third movie in theaters, and that I went to see by myself, which sadly I wasn't able to get nobody to go get somebody with me, or get somebody come with me. There was a lot of like there was not nearly enough people I can find to come with me to see the second one. Um, of course, we had a long hiatus with the franchise until the fourth one was announced, and the fourth one was the very one that me and my wife went to see. And by that point, my my views towards the franchise had slowly changed. By that point, I was mostly because I was going there hoping that the franchise was going to get a little bit better. Now that the Dinobots was going to be introduced, we were probably going to hopefully Michael Bay has finally fixed his writing by finally listening to the fans, by listening to the criticisms. And boy, was I naive about that. Very naive. But my I still held on some sort of hope that this franchise could still be salvaged, especially especially the what came about within this franchise: Transformers Prime, the War for Cybertron series. You know, hell, even Transformers Devastation, which I need to get again because I did not appreciate that game enough to until I traded it in. Um, Now the fifth one last night was the very one that really broke me. I have to say that right now. Last night was the one that ultimately just made me jaded to any notion of of this franchise ever going to get better. There was that movie, like I went to see that movie in theaters with my wife, and I left the theaters in silence. I was so broken by that point. Like it really conveyed to me that at this point Michael Bay was not caring anymore. He just wanted to leave this franchise. He like you can tip like the way how this movie was written, the story was going through the motions. He did not want to be anywhere near this franchise anymore. Regardless of where they hired him back on, it was clear to me that Michael Bay wanted to do something else. He was still doing certain other things outside the franchise, but like he just wanted to get away from this franchise. He was done. Yep, yep. I was really disappointed in last night because like part of me knew the writing was on the wall. I knew that he barely cared. Even in the interviews that he gave, it was clear to me that he didn't care about uh, uh, children's properties. and adapting them at that point. But I'm like, at least he could still leave it open for a sequel, or he can finally end the franchise, but on a high note. Leave us with something, Michael Bay. That's all I ask for you. That's all we ask for you, is leave us something. But he left us nothing in the end. He just basically just denied us of the cake, basically. Um, but then something else happened. Bumblebee happened, which sadly I was never able to see in theaters. And at this point, my me and my wife was like a bit we were focusing on adult things, basically. We were even currently now, I was like focused on looking for a job. We're trying to save money. Heck, we even got plans to move, and we're trying to save money to move from our current living spot, or like what to do with our roommate. But that's personal stuff aside. We never got a chance. In short, we never got a chance to see Bumblebee. She was able to see it in my theater that I worked at. She was able to see it when we had a pre-showing of that. Um, but I finally got a chance to see it when as of this year, I've had my copy of Bumblebee on Blu-ray, and I've seen it thus far 4 times. I'm gonna get into to you guys' comments soon enough. Um, so soon enough. Yeah, Bumblebee has now reinvigorated my hope for this franchise. Um, I doubt they're gonna go forward with what Bumblebee set up, because Bumblebee to me should have been the hope, should be the hope for this franchise to restart the whole franchise and give it a fresh new take, give it a better take. I mean, Bumblebee hit every note that I love as a Transformers fan. The way how the robot. Yeah, as a matter of fact, let me stop right there. Let me let me get into that a little bit more later when I break them down movie by movie. So let me get into your comments real quick. Um, See that Ivan's interacting with people. Thank you guys for welcoming him. Please welcome him. That's my wingman, guys. Um, let's see. Brian Gill Martin. Sequels in general tend to be inferior to originals, at least with the movies. That's going to be a Wolf Commander Rambles topic. I'm not sure when I'm going to do that one, but that's definitely I want to definitely talk about sequels and how, my idea of how a sequel works. Basically, I'm not, mind you, by no means I'm not no film director or a movie or script writer or anything. I'm just more I I like to judge movies on the story aspect, and what makes a sequel good, or if not better than the first entry, story wise. And I'm gonna get into that a bit when I cross that bridge. And again, Brian is taking over the comments. Come on, guys, pull y'all strings. Y'all need to start saying something. Whoever's in the chat, please start talking. Like, can't have one person always overriding, um, doing all the talking here. Sorry, let me stop stuttering. I only saw the first 3 movies, and I saw them all in theaters. Never saw the fourth one, and that's a good thing. That one was pretty bad too, but I still maintain that Last Night was the worst. And another from Brian, didn't even know there was a fifth one before Bumblebee. Yeah, like I'm surprised that flew under your radar too. That was a big announcement. Like the trailer to Last Night was like a huge deal, and I'm gonna get more into that too when I get to my critique of the Last Night. Um, yeah, no, what really shocked me was the fact that after Last Night they were still doing Transformers, and Bumblebee was a shocker, and I was a bit worried that another thing why I didn't want to see Bumblebee, I was a bit hesitant to see Bumblebee was because of what last night did to me. It just basically left a wound in me that I was like, I'm not watching Bumblebee. I don't know if Bumblebee is going to be good at all. I'm a little worried. I was a little worried, and I regret that decision ever since then. But now I'm mitigating that decision by watching the Blu-ray. So let's talk about the first one. So the first movie is about like Transformers going to the going to our planet. We got the Allspark, which was a new thing. I'm not sure if it was a thing in the comics or say the later TV shows. I I'm of the opinion that the Allspark was invented just for the movie, which was a cool concept that this big giant cube created the Cybertronians, or at least it was the factor that played into their being, and it crashed onto Earth. I was under the impression that somehow it got lost from Cybertron and it traveled all the way to Earth, and it was there since the time of the dinosaurs. And I was thinking that if anything, that should have been the one thing that created the Dinobots. That to me, if I was a script writer or creating a story, and if we would have gotten to the fourth movie and the Dinobots showed up, they finally reawoken. That should have been the thing that created them, instead of what was what I think was essentially the stupidest idea in the second movie. Um, Let me go with the technical aspects. I really love the sound design for the transformations. I actually was cool with the designs that they went with the Transformers, but as time went by, the designs of the Transformers, I grew to dislike them because it made them look more like skeletons, not like people. Like the way how they're showing far too much gray within the color scheme, especially the Autobots. I was really starting to dislike that design over time, especially with Bumblebee and Optimus Prime, and especially as time went by, they couldn't seem to settle on a design to stick with. And when you really look at the pictures side by side, you can tell that they kept changing their designs each movie. Even there were times where Bumblebee's height kept changing for some reason or another. He was still short, but like you can tell that he grew an inch sometimes, or he would get shorter sometimes. Bumblebee was the only movie that got his size right, which I'm gonna get to that one as to why that was a cool thing about that detail. Um, another thing, another thing design wise that I was liking for a while, but I was also getting sick and tired of. And it's Casey Scott. Hey, you're listening at work. Thanks for joining us, Casey Scott. Give a shout out, everybody. Um, One thing that was really bugging me was the fact that they kept Bumblebee using the radio as a way of communication, and they set it up to where they were fixing his voice box in the movie, which later on at the end of the movie, we all know that he started talking. Permission to speak, Commander. Permission granted, old friend. I wish to stay with the boy. And I like that voice. I really did. I like the voice of Bumblebee in the final end of the movie, and they decided to make him have the radio voice, which which to me was a stupid idea because that started. I'm like, dude, give him a voice, let him talk. That's a gimmick. That is just a gimmick. Let him have a voice. I mean, Grant, you could say that he did have a lot of character with the radio and all that stuff, but after a while, it started getting tiresome. Like, dude, like you just established that his voice comes back. If you want to have it both ways, you can have it where it is fixed, but not nearly. It's not fixed as good it's not complete yet. It's like as time progresses, his voice box starts getting more repairs, and he's starting to talk a little bit better. That way, you can still get the radio and stuff. Like he still can speak, but he'll probably have to need the assistance of the radio still to keep talking, to convey some other words. Um, the sorry, I'm getting lost in my thoughts real quick. I'm picking it back up. I like the Decepticon designs too, but again, same thing with the All About designs. That they look like walking skeletons, walking metal skeletons. When you really get down to it, it was also hard to differentiate the Decepticons from each other too. They really needed to give them a color scheme, but the design choice dictated that they were the bad guys, so you give them these gray and black colors. But it was actually it led to an issue in the second movie, and continuing on. But sorry, got a little distracted there. That was weird. Um, the choice of vehicles though was actually pretty nice. The whole like Michael Bay did adhere to what fans would like to see. Like he didn't make he didn't give he didn't just like mix and match their vehicle designs, or their vehicle choices. Like Optimus stayed a truck. It was not a semi truck for sure, but was it a semi truck? I can't get my trucks together. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not a car buff. Only thing I know about Bone B was that he was a Camaro instead of a Volkswagen. But yeah, he wasn't his usual truck, his truck design from the original, which I was willing to forgive. But of course, I was young at the time, so I didn't know any better that wasn't really his vehicle mode. All I know is that vehicle mode Optimus is a truck, and that's all you needed to know. That's all he needed to be, was a truck. You know, Ironhide, same thing. I didn't know he was a truck. I don't know what I can't for the life of me remember what vehicle he was in the original. But yeah, he was a truck. Jazz was a hot car, of course. Um, Iron, Iron, I mean Ratchet. He was obviously an emergency vehicle, an ambulance, I believe, a sort of fire department vehicle, I believe. Um, and then there's the Decepticons, which is they were more military oriented, or militant oriented vehicles. You had as I said, Blackout was a helicopter. I think it was a Black Hawk. I think he was a black. No, I'm not sure. You had Starscream as a F2 F-22A Raptor, um, which was an interesting choice if you ask me, because if you really look into the jet he becomes in the show, I believe it was a Su-37 Terminator. But I can understand why they went with a Raptor, because I believe that's a Russian owned jet, and I don't think they would be able to procure that thing for practical reasons. But I like that change in Starscream being the F-22 Raptor. Oh, you get me in that thing in Ace Combat, the Ace Combat series. That thing, man, it's beautiful to play that thing, that weapon in Ace Combat. If you ask me, like F-22 is one I particularly main when I finally get to it. When I finally get to purchase it in Ace Combat, but I digress. Um, though you do have the Decepticons in what I would like to call civilian type or at least citizen type vehicles. Like you have barricade as a police car, a police cruiser. You have bone crusher. I think he's supposed to be some sort of crane operated vehicle. So you got a little bit of that. You got the militant ones that are more powerhouses, and then you got the ones that are in the civilian things that where they can blend in and search for the cube amongst the civilian areas, which was nice detail that the Decepticons have, that you can never tell what robot was which robot was which once you break it down to, or at least when when they start fighting. But I like that detail where you have barricade as a police vehicle, and there's another little detail, and this is one thing that really impressed me when I first saw the trailer, the official trailer, not the teaser. The teaser really got me into it too, with the rover scene, and a giant robot just grabs it and crushes it. That was a nice teaser for that one. That boy, that was back when trailers actually got you hyped for a movie. Like the hype was real when Transformers first introduced through that teaser. But when you get to the official trailer, you have um you have Blackout landing at the base, and then you see a pilot in the seat, but it flickers. That flicker it does. That was like a nice detail. The flicker that it does to that they the ability to project a driver or a pilot in the cockpit. That was a nice detail that I liked. That I wish they would have kept using in the franchise a lot more. Both Autobots and Decepticons, like they will project their own driver or pilot in their cockpit to give the illusion that somebody's driving, to blend in. That was like a sweet detail that I liked about this movie franchise, which again, a function that I wish they would have implemented more in the franchise, especially when they're just out driving about. You know, anybody like that detail? Please say it in the comments too. Like that was a nice detail. But my general thoughts of the first movie was it's still positive. I still love it to death to this day. Um, I also liked what's his name, John Turturro as Simmons, the lead guy for Sector 7. He was a treat to watch, but goodness gracious, his character devolved over time. When every time they brought him in, I did not like the route his character was going. Um, Sam Witwicky. Let's get to Sam Witwicky. His character was cool. The whole the whole lineage to the Witwickies, the whole no sacrifice, no victory. I like that line. I know people don't really like his parents all that much, but I didn't mind his parents. I found them quite endearing. They were trying to be supportive. They try to they try to be supportive parents. You got his dad. He's kind of like this no nonsense kind of forward thinking guy, and you got the mom who's trying to be the supportive layer, even though she's smothering him every once in a while. Though I did not like the choice of how to give exposition about his grandfather's glasses that host the match of the Allspark. I didn't like the whole fact that he's trying to sell off this stuff to get money in high school. In high school, I think it would have been a lot better if he was doing that in college. He's all selling that on eBay, and like eBay, like that was a terrible way of it. When I look back at it now, that's a terrible way to give product placement, especially for eBay. Um, that was kind of, to me, that was kind of dumb. I think what would have served a lot better for exposition was him and his father like going through the garage, and Sam. I'm speaking as if had I would have written better to make the glasses important. Hey Kronk, what's up, Kronk? My, yeah. Once I get to your comments, oh man, I'm definitely gonna do some. I'm guys, just bear with me. I'm gonna try to do some voice acting here. I'm, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to do some voice acting because those were some memorable lines from the Cybertronians. They had some very memorable lines, and I'm gonna try to do my impression of them. If you guys want to hear them, of course. Mind you, I'm no Frank Welker, nor am I a Peter Culling. I will never match their voices, but I try. I try. Um, like I said, what I would have done better for him to get a point across. He's encouraging me. Sorry guys, I'm getting distracted by Crunk's comment there. Fine, I'll do it. One will stand, one will fall, till all are one. That's as best I can do it. I pretty sure if you guys would have, if I was doing this like say in my 20s, I probably would have done a better accurate Optimus Prime voice because I was on that. Like whenever time I said that, people were shocked. Like dang, that sounds just like Optimus. Like I try, but I'm getting off I'm getting off track. What I would have done to sell the to sell the why the glasses are important would have been a father son talk between him and his father, and he brings out all of his all their family's historical items, and Sam picks up the glasses. He's like, that belongs to your great grandfather Osman. I think his name was Osman Witwicky, and he was one of the sailors that were mapping the world. You know, we this traces back to our lineage far back than even before you were born, and you know he looks at the glasses, you know, and he's like, our family motto is and like his father would give him some father to sons talk, like our family motto is no sacrifice, no victory, you know what I'm saying? And that would have been the importance to Sam about the glasses, like the 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 thing is that like the fact that he's selling his family's artifacts at his high school was kind of a big issue for me. I'm like, that's your family's lineage. You're selling that on eBay of all things, and just to get a car. You know, Spider-Man went to wrestling to get money to acquire his car, to try to get money to acquire his car. So if he's going to try to get rich quick, Sam, you're in high school. Why don't you just get a day job? Argument for another time. Um, I like the fact that I do like the fact that we do get some get some when we get to soldiers, and this is kind of like the art. This is kind of like the stigma that soldiers tend to get. In most cases, sometimes people they're often portrayed as meatheads, and granted, they're kind of meatheads in these films sometimes. But I did like the I did like the soldiers. I kind of wish that they were the main focus of the movie. Now I think about it, like the whole. I kind of wish that I believe his name was Lennox, the lead squad member, Lennox. I kind of wish he was Sam Witwicky. To this day, I kind of wish he was, because there was a lot for him. Like especially if the whole idea was no sacrifice, no victory. Like he's putting his life on the line to sacrifice a lot. His baby just got born. His wife he just got talked. Just got off the phone with his wife and stuff. He almost died that very night, and they cut back to his wife, like seeing the news and stuff, knowing full well that she just got off the phone with him at that very morning, you know. And I kind of wish Linux was the I was like, why like he's got his whole squad team, He's got a good connection with Tyrese's character. I forgot Tyrese's character name. Let's go with Tyrese. You know, he's got a wife, he's got a child. Why is he not the main character? I've asked this question years ago. Like, why isn't Lennox the main character? Like, especially when you get into the sequel where he formed Ness. You know what I'm saying? When he formed Ness, like the military program that works well with the Autobots. Why is he not the main character instead of Shia LaBeouf? You know what I'm saying? No disrespect to Shia LaBeouf or anything, but I think the first movie should have ended with just him and continue on with Lennox. In my opinion, I kind of wish that his story would have ended with because that's what they were trying to push in the third movie. That he was like once the second movie had wrapped up, he uh he was having problems trying to be relevant now. Kind of a foreshadowing in Shia LaBeouf's career, if you ask me. The fact that which I'm going to get into in the third movie, which really kind of disgusts me about Sam Witwick's character every time. No 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 Kronk, I'm not saying not trying to disrespect Shia LaBeouf just to be like I'm just saying like in hindsight when you look at the way how Sam's character progressed, um it kind of really gives you a future tense to Shia's career afterwards. But yeah, the first movie it should start with Sam Witwicky and continued on with it should have continued on with Lennox's character after a while because he started popping up way more than Sam Witwicky in later films. Yet we're supposed to be focusing on Sam Witwicky and his importance, whereas Lennox is working with the Autobots. He he's he's proven through the fight with Scorponok, which I still took my head about that Scorponok being there. And we all know Scorponok was part of the Beast Wars franchise, you know. But I rolled with it. I kind of rolled with it, okay, Scorponok. That's a little bit weird. The fact that he became a scorpion, but there's not really well, it doesn't really need explanation as to how he's able to scan a scorpion. Not really, but we all know in Beast Wars that's I'm gonna get into Beast Wars someday, but they have an explanation in Beast Wars of how they're able to go into beat. They are able to scan beasts, so to speak, in that universe. Yeah, in G1. But yeah, like after fighting Scorponok, they later found out that high heat sable rounds are able to wound them and hurt them, and later on ultimately kill them. That's what I'm saying. Like the real plot was happening with the military, but we have to go into the side. I'm saying it right now. The side plot was Sam Witwicky trying to impress a girl, Michaela, played by Megan Fox. More on her later. Yeah, that was. If I really have to critique the first movie, as much as I love it, when you really get down to it, the real plot was happening with the military, but we have to go away from that to deal with a dude with his girl troubles. Think about that for a minute. And it's been that kept repeating in the later sequels. You know, at least until the fourth movie. At least until the fourth movie where the character changed. But again, the lead character should have been Lennox. It really reads into Michael Bay's mindset when he said in the interview he was making it for 17-year-old boys, which is why he hired Shia LaBeouf to play Sam Witwicky. He was trying to appeal to the young crowd through him, and that's where we get that whole hijinks with the whole getting a car to impress a girl, him trying to impress Michaela, him and his dumbass friend that Ooh, excuse me, I didn't mean to swear. Him and his idiot friend that climbs that tree and dismounts it. And I'm like, yeah, this is what Michael Bay thinks of you guys. Thinks of all of us at this very moment. To me, young me actually found that funny, but adult me was like, dude, yeah. Let's pause for a minute. I'm gonna get to your comments, which is this is an interesting one right here. I still remember Shia LaBeouf was formally introduced to 4chan 2017. I'm still a boomer when it comes to 4chan. All the horror stories people keep saying. Uh, uh, I'm not gonna read that. If you guys must know, I'm hyped up on Monster right now. I'm like here and there, but I'm still functionally here and there. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna get into. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna get into that right now. Actually, soon. Okay, right. I really hate how Shy couldn't seem to finish. And well, here's the thing about the finishing any of the sentence. That's not just Shia LaBeouf, or at least in this case, Sam Witwicky's character. He's all stuttering and can't get his point across or can't fit. That's everybody, especially later on in the as the movies progress. That's everybody. Everybody started talking like that. Even Lennox in the fifth one. His parents talk like that. Shy talk like that. Even Michaela talked like that. Even the so-called roommate in the second movie couldn't do that. Especially Skits and Mudflat half the time. The only people that are actually finishing their sentences is what Michael Bay considers an adult, which is John Voight's character, the chick who's the hacker who's the special the data specialist, the data analyst that the Pentagon, I believe, hired to analyze the signal from um from Blackout when he grabs the mainframe, I believe. I don't know what is it that he grabbed to scan for the Allspark. Um, yeah, like even like that's basically Michael Bay's comedy in a nutshell, is when people are talking over each other, they're arguing, which I'm gonna talk about also is like the dialogue that Michael Bay writes in his movies nowadays. Everybody speaks an argument. That's all how they talk, and it's a plague in dialogue writing and modern filmmaking and basically modern storytelling. Period. Everybody speaks in arguments. Everybody is what I mean by that. Everybody is always arguing with each other, and and they will try to have you. They're trying to convince you that these people are father and son, mother, father to child, um, best friends. Somehow we're supposed to be convinced that these are good friends. We're told they're good friends, but they're not. It's not on display, is what I'm saying. Everybody speaks in argument. That's the issue I have with today's modern writing, and especially egregious with Michael Bay's writing. uh Casey Scott, you better catch up, man. Kronk's got the zingers too. You better catch up, Casey Scott. You got competition in the chats now. Kronk's got them zingers now. You ain't the only one, buddy. Yeah, I did like Megatron. Actually, you know what? Let me get into Megatron real quick. The choice to cast Hugo Weaving as Megatron was a great choice. As much I know, a lot of fans would love Frank Welker to reprise his roles as Megatron in the franchise as a whole. Hugo Weaving did a fantastic job as Megatron. When he finally wakes up, when you finally get to the end, you get to the end battle of what is called Los Angeles, quote unquote, which is really Chicago if you ask me. But you have Starscream coming in, and he's like, "I live to serve you, Megatron." And then Megatron comes in. Where is the cube? The humans have taken it. You have failed me yet again, Starscream. Get them. Or the moment where he's chasing after Sam, and Sam's going up the stairs. I can smell you, boy. And then you get that roof moment. Is it fear or courage that compels you? Give me the Allspark and I'll let you live as my pet. You know, he's got those lines that really like sink into your soul a bit, like the way how he's oozing that charismatic, but also threatening and intimidating Megatron. And then there's that exchange between Megatron and Optimus, and it's like, especially when they first throw hands on each other. Krunk, stop distracting me. No, I'm kidding. He's like, you have Optimus. The humans deserve to live. And I forgot what Megatron said. He has a like they that's one thing I gotta give Mega Bay for the first movie. He has some great rebuttals. He has some for each one. It's um he's like Optimus is like, the humans deserve to live, and he's like, the humans deserve to be destroyed. Which I love in War for Cybertron. The opening to War for Cybertron is really like, if you guys really ever play War for Cybertron, like just watch that opening alone. Like, you see the Decepticons ideology versus the Autobots ideology. It's so hard hitting how they contrast with each other. But in the case of War for Cybertron, you kind of almost feel bad for the Decepticons too. You kind of want to know what the story is behind the Decepticons thinking the way they do, especially what Megatron is saying. And in War for Cybertron, it's like, Optimus says this war will destroy our world, and then Megatron goes in, this war is necessary. You know what I'm saying? You kind of get a hint that there's something behind Megatron's words that led him to this point. You want to know how it got to there, how it got like that. You always often have that lingering question, but I'm getting off track. Let's get back to the first movie. I didn't really like Jazz saying that one line when they introduce each other. I think that was kind of blatant, so to speak. I'm not calling stereotypes here. Just, I think they could have fit a better line for him for that. Just saying "What's up?" That's all, or what's up, or like saying "What's up, homies?" You know, just adding a little bit of that cheese factor. Speaking of the way how the Autobots talk, and this, like, let's get into Autobots and Decepticons talk, since I'm covering the exchange between Optimus and Megatron. I liked Ironhide's voice. You feeling lucky, punk? Ironhide, calm down. Just kidding. I just want to show him my weapons. Or Ratchet's line. Pheromone levels. Excuse me. Pheromone levels suggest that the boy wants to mate with the female. I, I love that line. I'm like, wait, hold up. They can smell pheromones. That was that was kind of weird, but I liked how Ironhide's like the science guy. He's like, pheromone levels suggest that the male wants to mate with the female. Or even Ironhide's line, like the parents are annoying. Shall we terminate them? Ironhide, you know we don't harm the humans. I'm just kidding. It's only a suggestion. Uh, I really love lines like that, or like of course I believe it was Brian Gilmartin that says Barricade's favorite famous line. I'm scrolling up to there we go. It was, are you user ladies man 217? Are you user ladies man 217? Where is the eBay item 224443? Where are the glasses? Especially the moment where he that build up where he transformed in front of Sam, and he transformed completely. He slams his fist and he just goes with that line. He just goes right on in like that. Like he's like basically just in that whole interrogation mode. The stereotypical uh bad cop interrogation mode. He just yelling right in his face, just talking real fast, just all up in his face like that, ready to spit in his face. Like, dude, that was some those are some good highlights right there. Or like Simmons line, um calling the Cybertrons NBEs, non-biological extraterrestrials. I like little details like that. That was a nice detail that you can give them that humans give them a separate identification code. Like say for instance in Godzilla 2014, Mutos, massive ultra terrestrial organism, I believe they were called. I believe that's what they were called. Either massive, I don't know what the U stood for, but I'm pretty sure it was terrestrial or yeah, terrestrial organisms. That was a nice acronym for them. But for the Cybertrons, MBE, non-biological extraterrestrials, that was a nice thing. And they called Megatron MBE1. Excuse me. Um, Actually, I'm gonna get into that to the second movie. Let's get into the second movie now. Second movie, I did not see that in the theaters. That will be called Rise of the Revenge of the Fallen, which introduces a concept. Um, it introduces a concept that there was actual Cybertrons that came before the Autobots, which is really a story writing technique that I'm actually really getting really sick and tired of when they introduce stuff in sequels. I'm talking about lazy writers that write sequels afterwards. Because best example for how you write an added addition to a sequel, look no further to T2 and Back to the Future 2. Excuse me. Or even dare I say it, what's another sequel that actually did real good that expanded upon the first movie? I'll say that for another time when I talk about the sequels in Wolf Commander Rambles episode. I mean, it's a haunting idea that they were here before even Optimus and his crew was, and they kind of expand on it a little bit when Jetfire gets introduced as well. But one thing that really was starting to annoy me more and more as the sequels kept going is that Megatron's motivation for Earth, for why he's on Earth, kept changing. Like he seemed to have this foresight for everything, or at least in the case like the Fallen, like the moment he wakes up, he immediately goes to the Fallen. Like, how the heck do you know that the Fallen is there? Answer me that, dude. Or at least the way how the shot cuts, it seems like I'm pretty sure one can infer that he was sent there by the Fallen to look for the Allspark, and now he later travels back to where maybe what looks to be a desolate Cybertron now. But he immediately goes to the Fallen, and he talks about how oh, the cube was destroyed. We have failed. And he's like, and the Fallen just hand waves it. That's one thing. That's the one thing that really irks me. Like they made the Allspark this so important thing, right? But then the Fallen says, "Oh, it was just merely a distraction. It's not forever destroyed. It just simply transforms." I'm like, okay, so basically, it's basically transforming. You know what I'm saying? So does that mean we're going to expand more onto the Allspark? No, we will not. In fact, it focuses on a new plot device, the Energon Sun Destroying Machine, as I call it. I'm gonna get to your comments soon, but yeah, that's one thing that really bugged me about plot and Revenge of the Fallen was the fact that they hand wave the Allspark as if to say that it's not really an issue anymore. We now have to deal with now we have to deal with the Energon Sun Destroying Machine. I know it's called the Energon Machine, but I call it Sun Destroying Machine because that's what it's supposed to be. That's basically what it does. It destroys suns to siphon energy to create Energon. And I'm like, that's kind of a dumb thing for them to do. It kind of reminds me of the plot to Rise of the Silver Surfer, if you ask me. And I don't need to be reminded of Rise of the Silver Surfer, but Bucko, I really don't. As much as part of me kind of like that movie as a guilty pleasure, as opposed to the first movie, but I'm not afraid to admit that that movie had huge issues. Rise of the Silver Surfer, I mean, and I'm like, this is how they like. They're talking about Energon, and we all know that's the reason why that's the reason why they keep fighting all the damn keep swearing all the time is the fact that they're fighting for resources. They're in a war, but they're fighting for resources. Like the Decepticons will always find ways to create energon, be it geothermal, thermal, nuclear, or that's the reason why the first episode was it the first episode. I think it was the second episode where they meet the Wikis. Right? They meet them an at a deep sea oil refinery. You know what I'm saying? Because oil is energy, and that's the reason why the Decepticons attack the oil refinery because they're using it to generate energon. And I wish they would have used that concept in the movies, where you get little side stories where, well, not side stories, you get what remnant Decepticons are doing while Megatron is out of commission, basically. Mm. Y'all throwing in some cool comments. I'm gonna read those soon enough. I was hoping that when they were actually doing some robot action, I was hoping that the Decepticons were just looking for sources of energy to maintain their longevity. You know, like kind of like how an addict is seeking for their fix, so to speak. And let's say that the Allspark was like the one resource they needed to generate limitless amount of energon as opposed to creating other Cybertronians. You know what I'm saying? Like, what if that was also their secondary energy, their unlimited energy source to also to energon? Because energon is their lifeblood. That's basically what keeps them functioning. And that's why I was hoping. Well, now that my big brain has developed, I kind of wish I was still on. I'm actually really wish I was in the writing team of these movies at this point. In hindsight, now I kind of wish I was the writing team in this one because, like, hey, like why why aren't we throwing this little not that just a little line like they're looking for energy sources to create energy so they can prolong their lives. They're desperate, you know. That's basically that's what I would have done if I was handling part two. But no, it's like you got the RC bots, which is a cool concept in itself. They had this idea where they were going to combine it to one RC bot, which I'm kind of glad they didn't do that. Kinda, but yeah, the RC bots. I mean, if you guys really want to get into if y'all really want to get into the sexism in movies, I'm throwing it right there. The RC bots are the most. I'm saying this right now, and I'm a dude too, and I love women kicking ass and stuff. But like the RC bots were useless in this movie. They they barely take down a robot in this movie, and they only. I'm throwing it right there. They only existed just to get killed in this movie. I'm saying it right now, and I'm not saying that to be all feministic and stuff. I'm just saying like why would you throw these guys in there? They're useless. I mean, yet I'm just saying yet Skits and Mudflap survives. You guys kind of getting my drift right here, right? Um, you got these girls. You got new. Speaking of which, we got new to two Cybertrons. We got Sideswipe, which was I, I'm sorry, I love Sideswipe in that moment where he's like where he at this one Cybertron, he flips this Decepticon. Sorry, he flips over the Decepticon, does the like pops, does some pop shots on top of him, throws a blade at the hood, and just drives that blade up, splitting him in half. That was like, to me, that was like the biggest badass moment ever, and he just does that pose. Damn, I'm good. I will forever love that scene. I mean, as much as the RC boss was like chasing after the robot, just flipping around, shooting them, I'm like, it's nothing compared to what freaking Sideswipe did. And then there's that iconic scene where Optimus drops out of that plane. He's got the parachutes. And you got the contrails. Am I having mic problems, Crunk? Or is that a joke? Let me know. Let me know if you guys can still hear me. Say I. Check, check, check. Mic check. Don't leave me hanging. Don't leave me hanging, guys. Anyways, if I'm not having problems, I can try to continue talking. Just let me know if you guys are having trouble hearing me. Um, yeah, you got Optimus flying out of the cool. Thanks, guys. Thank you. I know StreamYard is kind of weird. Let me turn on my fan real quick. It's getting hot up in here. Yeah, you're gonna hear a little wind gusts, maybe a little bit. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, you got. Sorry, I'm getting off track. You got Optimus falling down from the plane. I keep saying flying, fall, whatever. You got one thing I liked was the contrast that trails off from his hands. That was a nice detail. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works per se, but it was real cool in effect there. You got that one Decepticon. Oh my goodness, Carnage. Let's speak about the Carnage in these movies, especially when we get to part three, which when you really think about it, it's tasteless, very tasteless in part three. But like you got this one Decepticon that's like basically two tires. Truth be told, it's the when I look at it now, it is the dumbest designed Decepticons I ever saw. It's like this big giant robot with big tires. I don't know what is making those giant tires per se. What I'm like, what kind of vehicle could possibly make that thing? That is my question. It's like they had no idea what Optimus could be fighting at this particular moment. They just wanted to up the scales a bit. But this thing was the weirdest design Decepticon I've ever seen, and he's going through Hong Kong on the freeway, smashing cars, smashing more cars when he switch. I don't know why he has two tires to be to. He's got a tire up top, he's got a tire at the bottom, and they keep switching and switching. I'm like, what function does that serve other than crushing cars? And let's get into the car and say like people are dying in these you got people dying on this freeway, and not a single Autobot is anywhere near this guy except for Optimus when he finally jumps on it. We're gonna get into small details like that, Krunk. Thank you. When I read your comments, um, you got Optimus dropping in on the guy. He shoots the guy, disables him, crashes. You got. I love this line, but it's still it kind of attributes to Michael Bay's juvenile dialogue, so to speak. You got Ironhide approaching punk ass Decepticon. I'm like, I'm sorry. As much I have the huge respect for Ironhide, and I believe that Ironhide would never say that. I expect Bumblebee to say that at least, like with his voice box and stuff. Hey, Melissa, how you doing? Oh, we're gonna get into that, Brian. We're definitely gonna get into that. I'm gonna try to breeze through. I'm trying to time manage here, so I'm gonna try to breeze through the second movie and get into the third movie, which I it's a mixed bag for me for the third movie. That's interesting. Um, yeah, that's kind of interesting, Melissa, and a bit disheartening. Um, yeah, let's get into Michael Bay's juvenile writing as it started to devolve into the adults too. You got Ironhide saying that line as much again as much as I love that line, especially when I was younger, like in my 20s. I kind of like that line, but when you think about it as an adult, that's something Ironhide should not say. I would say Sideswipe should say it, or say um Bumblebee. Just basically the younger Autobots should say it, not the more mature and seasoned Autobots like say Optimus or Ironhide or even Ratchet. No, and we were in Sound Engravers stream last night, and I'm trying my best not to swear as much as I said in that stream. But yeah, that like piggy piggybacking. No, what I mean to say is borrowing from what she was discussing from Monday Night Muse. That is a factor to one's enjoyment, especially even if it's something that's small. But where I go, where I'm coming from on that in that regard, it should be limited. It should be there should be a limit to whoever should swear in your story. To and that's why I meant in that comment where I said, especially if I'm writing my own characters, there's gonna be a limited number on who's gonna swear and who's not to establish a certain character in the character per se. Turn that off. It's kind of cooling down a bit. Um, Plus, it's also distracting me. Um, so yeah, when I hear Ironhide swear, I'm like, that don't sound like something Ironhide would say. I'm good with him saying Clint Eastwood lines, but that was just too 14-year-old. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to hear Ironhide say that. But I digress. Um, Sam Witwicky's plot again is mishandled. Let's just say that it's mishandled. Personally, if I were if oh, you guys, man, I can't wait to get into your comments. I cannot wait. That's what I'm trying to speak to. I didn't. Let's just say personally, I did not like Sam Witwicky. I did not need to know Sam Witwicky's college life because that's a retread of Sam Witwicky in high school, and we didn't even get much of what his high school life is, which we didn't really need. So why are we focusing on him going to college? Personally, what I would have done to if I wanted Sam Witwicky to be a major character in the Transformers franchise, have him enlist, enlist into the army, rise up the ranks, and have him, or at least have him working right next to Linux. Like we all know how military programs work at this point. Everybody's well aware, and this is like years after the drafts and 9/11. I hate to bring that tragedy up. I really do, but we are well aware of how military programs work. Like this would not be out of place for him to be in the military. Is what I'm saying. Especially when we have supposedly a time skip, right? It seems like they were going through a minor time skip. It would not have been that um, questionable as to him being part of the military. You know what I mean? So why again? Why wasn't he a part of the military? Is what I'm saying. Why wasn't he a part of Nest? And I like how Nest was set up. Like the way how they did the wait, that's later on in the third movie. I'm sorry, but Nest was a interesting concept. The military program that's built and set up, and you got the humans working with the Autobots. That was I like that one. I was feeling that more. I'm like, why do we everybody who was ever reviewed the Transformer movies kept asking this question, as I'm going to ask it right now. Why do we care about Sam Witwicky? We do not care about him. We care about what the military is doing with the Autobots. That's why I asked, why isn't Linux the main character instead of Sam Witwicky? Oh, because again, I'm answering my question now. Michael Bay wants to appeal to 17-year-olds. That's the reason why we got what we got. It really shows Michael Bay's mindset as to what he was doing with Sam Witwicky and how little he cared about Sam Witwicky's character. Like if he really was appealing to 17-year-old boys, he could have made Sam Witwicky a part of the Nest, or at least a part of the Nest as a data analyst or an expert on Autobot technology, But that didn't happen. We just had to get school hijinks. We had to have his mom like eat a pop brownie and tackle somebody and oh my goodness, that line she says. That line. I oh God. Ooh, taking the Lord's name in vain. Oh my goodness. Nair's gonna get on me on that. But yeah. I'm just like, oh teacher, I'll do anything for an oh my goodness. I do not need a reference to porn in a Transformers movie. Come on, that's why people always try to. I think that's why people say what they say, and rightfully so. When they say a lot about Michael Bay and his writing, it's really or whoever was the sole writer of the whole Formers series, and Michael Bay is just the director. It really says a lot about their thought process. I kind of wish we still had this kind of writing compared to modern writers today, who's all about the, oh, we're just pushing a message that we're not gonna take this, or we want to stick it to the man. Uh, Give me back the early aughts writers, because there's something to poke fun at. These writers, it's just depressing when you really get down to it. It's very depressing because compared to the modern writers of the early aughts, at least they were written by grown people who knew what to write and knew how to write. Granted, it's not the best writing, but I'm saying they're written by people who had their lives together. Nowadays, we got stuff that's written by people who don't have their lives together, or at least who don't have their self esteem in order. If you get my drift, which that's gonna be a big bullet point in the why the fixation on villains this Thursday, guys. So be ready to tune into that one. I'm definitely going to really deep dive into that one. But back to Revenge of the Fallen. One thing was a big letdown, which is you know what? I'll take a break to read your comments now. Let's do that. Let's do that. I'm gonna take a break real quick and read your comments. Let's go to the very top because I want to make sure. Yeah, Casey Scott. We're definitely gonna get right into that. Definitely get right into that one. And the second one for Casey Scott. Allspark was supposed to be the metrics of leadership, but I don't remember why it wasn't used. I didn't look that further into it. I'm gonna take your word for that. That it's supposed to be the metrics of leadership. I don't know why they decided to make the metrics of leadership this little thing that you can hold in your hand. It should have been box size to be sure. Like the fact that in the second movie you got Sam Witwicky having it holding it in his hand and using it as a dagger to revive Optimus later on in the film. That when I first saw it, I liked the design to it, especially with the design of the Cybertrons that they were going for. But like it should have been a bit bigger than that to be sure. To definitely be sure, it should have been. That was weird. That's what I'm saying. That was weird of its size. I didn't think about that when I was younger, but definitely that was like, mm, uh, I don't know what Sigma is. I don't know what that means. Um, Kronk raised a good question about the Allspark. Yeah, why did it make only Decepticons or imbeciles? Yeah, they don't really explain that either, or at least I think what they were going for was the fact that it just creates mindless machines that just woke up into new worlds and they start attacking anything that they see. I don't think it necessarily made them Decepticons per se. What which really is weird too because the only Cybertron that touched the Allspark was an Autobot. It should, you know, when you really think about it, if let's go with whoever touches the Allspark to make it shrink down like that, right? If it was a Decepticon, I mean, if it was an Autobot, it should have made only Autobots, right? That's what it should have done. Like, if a Decepticon touched it, then it should have made Decepticons only because whoever is able to reach to reach the Allspark, or at least in the case of Sam Witwicky, he's the one who's currently holding it, right? It should have made Autobots only because he's pure of heart, supposedly, quote unquote, pure heart being in the quotes. By the way, there's nothing to suggest that Sam Witwicky is pure of heart. I'm sorry. He's. I'm sorry. There's no characteristic that lend me credence to him being the hero of this movie. I'm Lennox Stan all the way. Lennox Stan all the way. Okay, Brian Gilmore. Honestly, nothing about the third Transform film makes. Ooh, yeah. That's why I'm going to try to breeze through the second movie because yeah, we're going to get into that. That that should, truth be told, the third movie should have been the one to break me. That should have been the third movie to break me, but surprisingly, it wasn't. Uh, Sound Engraver. You know, it's the reason why I tune into Sound Engraver, Brian. It's the reason why I tune into Sound Engraver every Monday. I try to get to her Monday night music because truth be told, she has a um one thing I have to say. This is the reason why I respect everybody in this community is because even if I you guys can say that I'm a leader per by default, but I'm willing to follow anybody who has a strong moral compass, or at least in the case of Sound Engraver, she has a strong principle. She has strong principles. She has a strong faith. I tend to listen to those people more so than anybody who has shaking faith or flip floppy faith. Especially if I need somebody to give me direction or guidance per se, that you can almost say, for lack of a better term, I watch her streams religiously. Don't tell her that. Speaking of Sound Engraver, oh hey there, Sound Engraver. My catchphrase for her. If she ever does watch any of these on the backwatch, shout out to Sound Engraver. That was a beautiful stream last night. I learned a lot from that one. Brian, you're taking over the chats yet again. Not punishing you for this one. Oh, that's nothing. That's nothing. Okay. Melissa, I love Transformers. Don't we all? Don't we all? Yeah, I'm with you. I'm there with you on that one, Kronk. I'm definitely gonna talk about Bumblebee. Well, Kronk, that right there is just product placement. We all know that. Oh, that's what you meant from Sigma. Okay, okay, okay. I get it now. I get it. Sorry, it took me to get that. Yeah. Oh, good. See you later, Kronk. I'm not gonna read that, Melissa. I like it, but I'm not gonna read that. Uh oh, I feel sorry for you, Casey Scott. I'm surprised you soldiered on to the third movie. Good. Well, actually, you know what? I'm not surprised. You know what? Good on you. You got Constitution. Good on you. Um, One thing that these movies kept introducing that they don't really use much, which to me was like it really irks me that they keep introducing these type of concepts. Like, say for instance, Frenzy, the boombox. Then you got this one Decepticon, which is a girl. She basically morphs into a human being. I'm like, if they have machines like this, why the need to be vehicles? Why do they even need to have these grandiose battles if all they need to do is infiltrate? As a matter of fact, why do they send this robot after Sam Witwicky? Why can't they just send her to the Pentagon where the Allspark shard is, instead of just sending Ravage there? You know what I'm saying? And Soundwave as a satellite, nice touch, but it's kind of dumb. I do like his voice a bit. Soundwave, acknowledge. Decepticons, we have found the Allspark. You know, Soundwave, ejecting Ravager. Or Ravage. Sorry, Ravage. I did like Ravage design. I did like that shot where he's like, I always mimic that shot where he's running across the desert. That was actually a nice shot. But in hindsight, Ravage did not need to be there, or at least in the case of what he ejects out of his mouth. It's a unique concept. Where, again, here's another thing: there is a machine that's made up of complete tiny robots, right? That forms into this like it makes itself so thin that you can barely that they can pretty much turn invisible, right? And I'm like, uh, why don't you make more of these guys? Why aren't there more? And mind you, you do not see these characters ever again. I mean, like in the case of Frenzy, he dies. Frenzy dies at the end of Transformers One. But this creature right here, that's made up of these little tiny robots that turn thin and stuff. He's like sheeted metal and stuff like that. Just that center eye. That was a cool concept. And excuse me, they don't have more of these guys infiltrating bases. I don't get that. Like, there's so many ways they could have acquired that Allspark shard that they don't do. And same, and again, it goes like this was the biggest issue with with this movie franchise. The Decepticons seem to have the upper edge on the Autobots, and yet they still lose, or at least they don't use these edges enough. Speaking of edge, that was cool CGI right there where you got these little you have these little marble balls that transform into little tiny robots, and they all stack up together and morph and like mold into the to metal. Then you got this scene. Then you got where it forms and it's flat, and it's you don't see anything, and then it spreads out. Like, oh my goodness, that was like a cool concept that they don't use more often, especially when we get into what the third movie was going for. They and again, I'm gonna call this Decepticon the Terminator Decepticon, the chick that was that Bumblebee sprayed well, I think was lubricant. Bumblebee, stop lubricating the woman. Bumblebee, what have I told you about lubricating the humans? Excuse me, sorry about that. Ugh, excuse me. She was a cool concept too, but obviously it was an excuse for Michael Bay to introduce a hot woman into the mix. Like, she's all over Sandwich Wiki. Sandwich Wiki is here's another thing that why Sandwich Wiki is such a boring character. The whole commit, like they said him and Michaela's relationship as a way to as like the big thing about his character. Him trying to impress the girl, trying to get with her. They're actually they have that moment where she where she holds him and she says, Sam, no matter what happens, I'm so glad I got in the car with you. You know, which was an endearing thing that I liked. But like this whole idea that he's having a issue saying he loves her. I'm like, seriously, dude? Seriously? You got the girl in the last movie, and you're having a hard time saying I love you? Again, how is he the hero that we're supposed to look up to? And what makes Optimus Prime so okay with this guy? You know what I'm saying? and he's having a hard time trying to tell his girlfriend he loves her, especially when she dolled herself up. He's about to go to college. She wow, what money did they pay Megan Fox? I mean, much respect to Megan Fox. Like, she literally took off her clothes. Granted, she had a dress underneath, but like she literally stripped out in the open in this white dress. Which I'm like, I'm gonna tell you right now, I love my wife. Make no mistake about that. But I'm gonna tell you right now, I wish that there's not a doubt in my mind. When I was younger, I wish that there was a girl like that was willing to strip out of one set of clothes into a like that has another set of clothes. Again, mind you, had a dress underneath, wishing me a good luck on my way to college. You know what I'm saying? Any girl that would have done that for me, she would have been a bro. I'm like, if she's really doing that for you, why is it so hard for you to say I love you? She's literally begging you to say it. Like, dude, she barely even noticed you until you realized that she had a knack for cars. Like she was really noticing you when you realized that when you uh when you acknowledge that she's a gearhead. And some girls like deep down, some girls do like a little bit of validation to their what they really do, like their hard work and stuff. Her being a gearhead like that's what drew her in. The fact that he acknowledged that she was really good at looking at cars. But like, you can't say I love I'm not going to get into that. I'm just saying that to me was like a big thing for me. It's like, dude, any dude would have said I love you in a heartbeat. Any dude who was like really looking at that girl and saying, dude, in a heartbeat, I would have said I love you. That was cool. And then here's another thing. No, actually no. Let's shuffle on. The Optimus death scene was a heavy hitter for me, even though in the end we all know he came back to life. But like his death was a big heavy hitter. I did kind of felt something there. I still feel that when he does die. I do like the line he gives before he dies. You'll not stop at one. I'll take you all on. Which was a weird fight because you had Blackout again, even though he died in the first movie. Excuse me, let me take a drink real quick. You had Blackout again, but they gave him a different name. It's Blackout, but in name in a different name only. You got him. You got Optimus with the dual blades, which was pretty cool. Um, there's a moment where I think no, that's later in the film. Um, he beats up Starscream. He freaking has him upside down and just does that push kick on him. he do, that was pretty nice. But like, this quick cut was kind of a dumb move on Bay's part, where he's it seems it kind of make it seem like Optimus is so quick to drop his guard off to look for Sam. He's like looking around for Sam, and he gets ambushed by Megatron, gets stabbed through the chest from the back, and Megatron shoots him in the spark. That was like a big thing, but when you look back at it and you reanalyze that fight scene, it almost seemed like Optimus is too quick to drop his guard to look for. I'm not saying he should not have looked for Sam to see if he's okay, but I'm saying, like, after he's making sure he's taking out the Decepticons in that area, then he would check. It didn't look like it really didn't look like he made sure Megatron was down for the count. He managed to he didn't incapacitate Megatron at all in that fight. He just went after the two Decepticons, and Starscream mostly. Like he took out one dude, then he hops on not blackout and split his face open, and then he just stops to look like Sam, where are you? And he gets attacked from Megatron. I'm like, what? He literally dropped his guard for that one instance, and that's where and Megatron. Let's speak. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna save that to when we get to the fourth movie, because this is where I was getting. This is where I was really losing my patience with. Actually, no. Yep. You know what? I'm gonna say that for the fourth movie, because it's also gonna be a big issue with the fifth movie, and it's to do with how Michael Bay shoots geography in an action scene. It's basically that. But so you know you have that moment, but then you also get back to the whole searching for the not the Allspark, the Matrix of leadership, which you get to Jetfire. I'm like, here's a thing I have a problem with the Bay formers films. Michael Bay tends to add in these side characters, and for some reason these side characters would tag along. I call them tag along side characters, and I can't believe I remember this guy's name, the roommate Rio. He did not need to be with the crew. He was a college student, okay? As a matter of fact, even when he got roped into the as a matter of fact, he should have just took that moment to separate himself from them. Once the the hot female infiltrator bot attacked, he should have been I wouldn't say he should have died. I'm saying he should have been he should have made tracks is what I'm saying. He should have made tracks at that point. We wouldn't have cared where he went in that confusion. You know, all we needed was Sam and Michaela in that instance. We did not need that dude, especially with the way how he was acting and how he's like how him and Michaela are arguing. Like, and that's another thing. He's always arguing with Michaela. Like, dude, back off, back off. As a matter of fact, why are you still here? And there's moments where he's arguing with you know, I'm wasting my time. I'm wasting too much time on this guy. He's a waste of space. Let's get to characters that matter. Actually, the ones that caused the controversy. Skits and Mudflat. Let's talk about those guys. Let's get back to the machines. Okay. Um. So we all know that people rose a stink about Skits and Mudflat, about the whole design of them, the way how they talk, the lingo, and the infamous line of we don't really speak Cybertronian. Yeah, we don't. A lot of people have a problem. If people don't remember, a lot of people have the real issue they had with Skits and Mudflat was the fact that Michael Bay created racist caricatures of black people through the if you guys really want to get down to the whole social justice thing, this is how you knew that this was kind of like a big thing that was seeding in, that a lot of people really didn't really look too deep into enough, but they knew something was cropping up. And you guys all know now by now that I'm a black man, of course. And even then, even now with the social justice thing, I still look at Skins Month. I'm like, I do not have a problem with these guys, or at least I didn't. I have one. I didn't have a problem with their design that much. I didn't have a problem with the way how they talked, nor did I have a problem with the whole idea of them not reading Cybertronian really well. If anything, the person who should know how to read Cybertronian is freaking Bumblebee. That's the person who, I'm like, really? And this leads credence to why I wish they should have kept his voice in. This is why I wish they could have kept his voice in, because he could have read that and told. Like, we did not need. Truth be told, we did not really need Jetfire. I'm just saying that right now. We did not need Jetfire. As much as I like Jetfire's As much as I like Jetfire, he was not needed. Really, all like you had Cybertronian, right? You had two. In fact, you had three Cybertronians actually. You had three Cybertronians, and one should. Bumblebee is from Cybertron. Okay, he should be able to know how to read Cybertronian. As a matter of fact, last time I checked, Bumblebee should know how to contact his other fellow Autobots. I'm pretty sure they all should be able to know how to contact each other and send a signal. Granted, there was that whole deal where once Prime was killed, the Fallen had attacked and everything, and and you didn't want to you definitely didn't want Autobots no Decepticons locking in on where Sam Witwicky could possibly be. But that's the idea of having a spy trekking through the desert to meet up with Bumblebee and company basically. Wasn't Sideswipe supposed to be like that, like a spy type? Why couldn't you get Sideswipe to get out there and read Cybertronian if Bumblebee couldn't speak? See, again, I wish I was the writing team behind these sequels, man. In hindsight, me being older now and being more writer conscious, I'm like, dude, why couldn't you just have one of the Autobots travel over there and read it? Why did you need them to travel to the Smithsonian to awaken? Wow, the fact that they reawakened a Decepticon and conveniently he switched sides. That right there, wow. As much as I like Jetfire, I'm like, really, seriously, guys, like that's very convenient how Jetfire just straight switched sides. No reasoning behind that. I mean, yeah, he's like he's like who's like who's winning? The Decepticons. Well, I switched sides. You know what I'm saying? He's all like all his destruction and all, like okay, you don't that still doesn't hold up. Why do you switch sides with the opposition? But yeah. So of course you got the Energon destroying machine. Now let's get into design. Let's get back to the designs of the machines. When we get to that final battle in well, I think it's Kuwait, I think, or Cairo, Egypt. I'm all over the place with my thoughts, but I'm trying to keep them focused. This is where I say I'm begin. I was noticing, especially through other reviews, that the designs were bad. This is where we have a design. This is where we start to have design flaws. Is what I'm saying, especially when it came down to the Decepticons, because when you really think about it, almost every Decepticon there. I'm losing so many of you. There's only like two watching. What's up with that? Nobody saying goodbye, or you guys having computer problems? Because I'm seeing two, but that's weird. Um, what I'm trying to say is that almost every Decepticon that was fighting in that battle, that big battle that they were having, looked like Megatron. If you really look at each one designs, it's almost like they copy paste Megatron all over the place. You got a few of them that had unique designs. Like for the life of me, there's this one with the drill that's hopping around like he's on a pogo stick. How is that possible? I'm asking that kind of question in a Michael Bay film. I don't mean to. I don't mean to ask that question, but I have to. It bothers me. I'm talking about the one where Bumblebee that fights to protect Sam's parents, and then he in spectacular fashion grabs freaking Ravage by the tail and by the neck and just straight Mortal Kombat fatality his behind. I was like, every time I look at that, I'm like, fatality. That was beautiful. Then we got to the scene where the RC bots get shot, and I was again I was really devastated to see them die like that. That was terrible. As a matter of fact, that's another thing. If anything, the RC bots should linked up with Sam and them to read the Cybertronian writing. They were already in the desert. Then somehow they for some reason they went back to the Smithsonian. You know, I'm not. It was a let's rule out that was a dumb plot line. Let's say that dumb plot line. Um, so you got the big battle. You got the whole spiel with the original primes talking to Sam. Yeah, Sam Witwicky dies, but then the primes comes in and tells him, "You have displayed honorable and pure leadership and courage among other." Dude, he was just running through a battlefield. Anybody could have done that. Anybody. Even the soldiers. Even Lennox. Again, Lennox should have been the protagonist of this franchise. I'm going to keep stressing this. Lennox should have been the one running with the Matrix of leadership. He should have been. I'm sorry, guys. I know there's a lot of Shia LaBeouf fans and everybody loves Sam Witwicky, but Lennox should have been the main character. And I hear cops. Oh, that's not cops. That's music. Ooh, guys, I got spooked there. Sorry about that, guys. Neighbors be partying. I was like, bruh. I'm like, bruh. Yeah, I'm gonna get into that too, Melissa. When we get into the third movie. Um, yeah, like I said, Lynn should have been the main character of this franchise. Because again, he had the family. He had a lot to live for. He had a lot to sacrifice. He had a lot. He has a lot on line. He has the highest stakes other than the college boy who sits at home all day and whine. Basically, I'm saying it right now. Shia LaBeouf, as much as as much as I love, I tend to like him here and there in parts. This was not a good way to handle him. Is what I'm saying. I'm saying he should have been a Nest analyst, or at least specifically he should have been part of Nest somehow instead of just going to college in this movie. Um, so you got the prize. He gets resurrected like Jesus. He slams the spark into Optimus Prime, as I said earlier. Optimus Prime wakes up, combines with Jetfire after Jetfire fights Scorponok and takes him out and gets wounded for all his troubles. Like he just gets in there and gets wounded, and he combines with Optimus Prime, just dies basically. And you got Wheeljack and some other Autobot that just comes in and does this whole fusion thing, and Optimus gets a power boost. He wipes up. Here's another thing that bugged me about the Fallen. The Fallen is super OP in this movie. By the way, he knows how to telekinesis. He knows how to use telekinesis. For one, he knows how to flash step. I'm calling it now flash step. Yeah, it's subspace teleporting, but I'm calling it flash step. And he knows how to flash step, and he knows how to control the matrix, and he knows how to control the energon destroying sun destroying machine. Um, Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Frank Welker voice the Fallen? Because he did kind of sound like a real Megatron. And truth be told, when you get down to the Fallen design, let's get into the design of the primes. Actually, let's get into the design of the primes since we're still talking about the Cybertron designs. I do not like the prime designs. and I'll tell you why. They remind me too much of Bionicle. They look like Bionicle. Their face looks like the Bionicle masks. Their skeletal frames look like Bionicle's more skeletal look to them. Specifically, the Rakshi. If you guys don't know who the Rakshi is, it's those raptor looking things that if you ever watch the Bionicle animated movies, they combine their legs to float. And another topic for another time, but that's who that's what what the Fallen and the Primes reminded me of was Bionicle toys, Lego Bionicle toys. I was like, that just yeah. I do not like, especially when you get into Cybertron, the third movie. How are they able to look like that compared to what the Autobots were looking like before they get into their vehicle forms? You know how the Autobots look when they land on Earth. They have this very shall I say it, naked look. But the Primes look like something completely otherworldly. I'm guessing what they were going for was like this prehistoric design, but I'm like, I don't buy that. I don't buy that they were going to look like that compared to what the Cybertrons would look like in Cybertron. Like they wouldn't look that primitive, is what I'm saying. I think that's what they were going for with the ancient primes. They were going for this primitive look. It did not fit at all to me. It did not fit. Yeah, of all the Transformer designs I hate is the Fallen's design. I do not like the Fallen. I also didn't like how he took center stage majority of the film, especially when Megatron gets his butt handed to him, and then fall. I'm glad that Optimus managed to take him out. Show me your face. I rise, you fall. I mean, great line from Prime, and Starscream delivers one good line. I know this is not. This is not. I know this is. I know this is not what you want, sir. But even cowards survive. We'll meet again, Optimus Prime. You know, those are some cool lines. But let's move on to the third movie. Which, wow, what was Bay really trying to do with that one, or at least what the writer was trying to do in that movie? The third movie, Dark Side of the Moon. Yeah, it really irks me how these franchises keep going back to the dawn of time with these movies. First, we had the ancient primes and the fallen in the prehistoric times, and now we got the Kennedy space travel missions, and then they later introduced the Ark. Here's my issue with the that was like when I first saw that, I was like, wow, really? You're Because I already saw the trailer and I saw the ship that crashed, but I did not think that was the Ark. I just thought it was just some ancient rando Cybertrons that escaped Cybertron and crash landed, you know. But I did not know that was the Ark until Optimus said it. And I will give this movie 1 point. I did like the opening Cybertron war scene where you get a look of Cybertron. You got all kind of machines fighting. You got four-legged machines walking. You got other things and stuff like that. That was a cool opening. But that was the Ark, and Optimus and his crew wasn't in it. Instead, we had Sentinel Prime, which I don't know who this character. Me not being a complete diehard fan at the time of Transformers, did not know who Sentinel Prime is, or who he was in relation to the franchise of the series. I mean, but Sentinel Prime was by the late great Leonard Nimoy, Spock, which was a nice treat. But like the switch for him being a villain later on in the film was bad, really bad, considering how many times the Autobots have won up to that point. I mean, and again, this goes back to what I'm saying about Megatron having far too much farsight than he needs, far too much farsight than he needs. So let me give you what I was joked about in me and my conversations about the Transformers films. The one issue I had with Megatron was that he kept changing his motivations, or at least he seemed to have more information about his motivations than he needed. So in the first movie, yes, I've wished for a long time for the All Spark. Second movie, yes, my lord, the Fallen, we will we will reactivate the Energon machine. Then we got, for years I've waited for Sentinel Prime to show up at this moment to awaken the space bridge so we can rebuild Cybertron. His motivations don't add up every single time. Even after he died in the first movie, how is he ever going to remember that he made a a, a deal with Sentinel Prime? Like, he should not. It's one thing that you want to introduce new stuff to your movie, but to use the same villain for that movie, I'm like, when you look at that in hindsight, you should be saying your mind should not be saying this. Why is Megatron fighting so hard for a specific thing in any of these movies when he's got a backup plan in the next movie? That's the problem I had with Megatron. He's always had a backup plan in the next movie, yet he keeps fighting so hard for each backup plan to succeed. Like, granted, yeah, you want it to succeed so you can win, but I'm like, you should not be this mad when you lose if you got a backup plan. It, if anybody's in the comments, please riddle me that. Like he keeps fighting so hard for each plot device in each movie, and yet he has another backup plot device in the next movie. I'm like, why are you fighting so hard then? Why? Why do you need to fight so hard for this specific plot device? It should not be. You should be saying, "Don't worry. This defeat is just a key to another victory." You know, like don't worry. We got something cooked up next time for this. He should not be this angry every single time he loses. He's always have a backup plan in the next movie. Like, this really shows how little that the writers cared about the heroes and the villains at this point. Um, I did like the. I'm going with what I like. Again, let's go by what I did like about this movie. What they were doing right. Um, I did like the whole idea that Ness found countermeasures. They have built countermeasures to deal with the Decepticons. You got the detection energon detection devices in every city. You have them learning combat tactics on how to deal with Decepticons themselves, like the whole idea where they parachute down and cover where they train with Bumblebee. Their parachutes cover up the Decepticons' eyes, and once they drop down, they land on their backs, aim at the eyes again, and shoot them to blind them. I like that. I definitely like that. Um, I also liked how the Autobots have learned to transform with people inside of them, which they pop them out, catch them, transform around them, and still form into their car form. I like that detail too. I also like the new vehicle mode weapons that they created, that they built for themselves, like Bumblebee, the Wreckers, the new Italian um, Autobot. I believe his name was Rip Cord. I think his name was. Tell me in the chat, guys. I think his name was Rip Cord. Rip. It's Rip something. Rip something. I forgot, but I liked him too. I also still love Sideswipe. I hated how Ironhide died in that movie. That was dumb. Like of all people, he Cinnamon Prime took out was Ironhide with that rust gun that he used. That was heartbreaking right there. Just seeing him just rust up and die like that. That was ugh. Let's go into the carnage aspect of this movie. Actually, now now that I'm pointing that out, the carnage was, oh goodness. It's like Michael Bay tried to rekindle Pearl Harbor. If anybody's seen Pearl Harbor, I'm gonna tell you right now what he did with Pearl Harbor. Let's ignore the whole love triangle plot line that he stamped into that movie. But when he did the whole invasion of Pearl Harbor from the Japanese, but by the Japanese, that hit me. That worked with me. Okay, that worked. The carnage in that one, the people who were getting killed, that affected me. That Casey Scott. I thought, man, I was like, man, one of you guys show me that you're alive, or y'all must be doing some stuff. Y'all must be doing some stuff. You know, that's right, Casey Scott. I keep forgetting that you're working still. Sorry about that, buddy. Um, Pearl Harbor. It was. Let's just say with a for lack of a better term, Pearl Harbor was tasteful in a way how it showed how devastating war could be in that movie. Even though some of it is kind of historically inaccurate, like the whole Japanese attacking the civilian areas, mm, like the people they most we all know the Japanese only attacked military locations and only military personnel. They never attacked civilians, not even the hospitals. They didn't attack the hospitals at all. But it was I see why they went with that decision because it kind of punch home that drive home how horrible war could be, even though it kind of discredits the Japanese. Like, yeah, make no mistake about it. Terrible historical event. Terrible historical event. I was never there, but I could if I were to meet any Holocaust Pearl Harbor survivor and hear their story about their events about that situation, I feel it right there. Like yeah, that had to be tragic. In fact, if I were to go to Pearl Harbor Monument, I would. Ooh, if I saw the names, yeah, yeah. Oh, Brian, when I don't take that the hard way. I didn't mean to mean it like that. I mean like great. Now I create a new problem. I'm sorry. No, keep talking. Keep talking. If you guys keep talking, that's how I know you guys are still here. Like I want to keep the number of count of watches, and I want to hear you guys talk about it. I want to hear you guys chat about these movies. But what I'm saying is, it's not your fault that you're taking over the chat. Is what I'm trying to say is you're the only one that's saying something, but I'm trying to encourage everybody else to say something. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. Like I'm trying to encourage it. Like guys, even if you guys want to say something like hey or whatever, just throw something in there. Like don't let. I'm saying like great. No, Brian, keep talking. Keep talking. You're doing fine, buddy. You're doing fine. You're doing fine. Keep talking. Um, Back to Transformers. Yeah, the carnage in that one was very tasteless, to say the least. Very tasteless. You got people being disintegrated left and right. Um, you have this idea where Patrick Dempsey, and I'm calling him that, Patrick Dempsey, um, is one of the people working with the Decepticons. For some reason, that's another thing that's never established at all. That you have a half wounded Megatron making deals on the side and stuff, even with Sentinel Prime, and you got them making deals with the Russians, the humans. I'm like, really? I mean, it's a nice shake up to the story, but it don't seem well established enough for me to buy it. Patrick Dempsey is a car salesman. I do not buy him making deals with the Decepticons if he's selling cars. It's a good cover up, I'll tell you that. It's a very good cover up, but I'm like, Patrick Dempsey of all people is the one that's like one of the real villains too of this movie. And then on top of that, he's trying to be the one that's trying to get the favor from Decepticons, and yet Decepticons are going around shooting up people, and their plan is so dumb when you really think about it. They want to bring Cybertron near Earth so they can ferry the humans to use as slaves to rebuild Cybertron. Yet there's Decepticons running around shooting up people at their leisure. How are you going to keep slaves if these guys are killing your slaves just to drive home the carnage? That was stupid. This movie also triggered my sense when question. And if you guys don't know what I mean by that sense when, it's that when you take a character that's pre-established already, and they're starting to talk about aspirations all of a sudden that we should have gotten a little hint of at least in the first two movies, it triggers me to ask this: since when? So we got. I didn't really get too much into Tyrese's character because he's hardly a character in there. I mean, he's got some characteristics to it, being Let me stop, take a break. Read Brian Martin. Yeah. Now that I think about it, the third film seemed to just destroy things just for the sake of it. It wasn't like, say, Final Fantasy VI, where the destruction meant something. Yeah. It was carnage for the sake of carnage. Like I get what they were. Again, I get what they were going for. They were trying to go with this whole war is hell type of thing, but it seemed so. I'm not saying you should display violence for the sake of. Like, here's the thing. My whole deal when it comes to violence, violence should have a purpose to show how the world is. Like in the case of Berserk, the violence shows how hectic the world of Berserk is. If you want to get anime into it, or say for instance, Gantz. I know people hate Gantz for its gratuitous violence, but I like the gratuitous violence in Gantz because it really plays a part into the human psyche. Like Ishii has said about Gantz, and I agree. I wholeheartedly agree with Ishii on that one. I wholeheartedly agree with Ishii about Gantz. What he said about Gantz, that like you can say it's gratuitous all you want, but it's purposeful. And I'll tell you why the gratuitous violence is purposeful. It's because from where I'm seeing it right then and there, people that delights in the hurting of and suffering of others in Gantz, the way how they're portrayed in Gantz, do exist in our world. People, I'm saying right now, you can call it gratuitous all you want in Gantz, but make no mistake about it, people like that exist in our world. It's just people who call it gratuitous are too blind about that fact. People like that exist, whether you want to believe it or not. They exist. But when you compare gas to Transformers, Transformers is tasteless with its violence in the third movie. Very, very tasteless. You got scenes where they're shooting up the buildings. You got scenes where they're running around shooting up people in ships. You know, even the scene where they're running on that freeway with what I call the predator bots. They're knocking over cars. You don't. What's weird is the fact that there's no Autobot that's stopping them from attacking them, especially when Optimus Prime keeps saying, "We will protect the humans. They have they have every right to live. All species have a right to live." But you don't see much of the Autobots stopping the Decepticons from attacking people. Just go. Let's go back to part two with that big tire robot that's crushing the Asian civilians in the cars. Nobody's not rushing in to stop that guy. It's the same thing with here, and it really says a lot about Optimus Prime in the third movie where they get into that ship and they're taking off, which I'm going to talk about. Another thing I'm going to talk about that leads up to that. It really irks me how Optimus Prime chose to hid and let the Decepticons do what they did for a time just for that and just to prove a point. We hid to prove a point. Today, we're killing them all. Yeah, you could have done that when they start doing that, especially when the space bridge got activated and basically just that basically transported them all there. You could have been doing that, buddy. I'm sorry, but you're not endearing me to your cause, Optimus Prime. Yeah, I will admit though, when I did see that, when he started walking in all cool like, I was like, yeah, yeah, let's do this, Optimus, yeah. But when I look at it now, me being jaded, the jaded individual I am, like, yeah, you could have done that like 30 minutes ago. Yeah, but I'm surprised they didn't introduce another female bot into this mix. Again, I'm not trying to sound all feminist about this, you know. I'm pretty sure there was a lot of female bots in the Transformers universe that I can't, for the life of me, put my finger on, except for RC. You know, as a matter of fact, the real RC should have shown up at this point in this third movie. I did like Laserbeak though. Let's go back to another thing I did like. I did like how Laserbeak looked in that movie. I also like like how again. Decepticons know how to infiltrate. Let me repeat that. The Decepticons have spies that know how to infiltrate, and they don't use them. They don't use the infiltrators at all. It's weird, guys. I'm serious. They have the edge with the Autobots against the Autobots, and they don't use that edge. Especially with Laserbeak transforming into a good robot, going to that little girl's birthday party. He could have went to the Pentagon or the White House as a quote unquote Autobot emissary. You know what I'm saying? The many times that they use these infiltrator bots, they don't use them in the right ways. It could have really ramp up how threatening the Decepticons are, but they're incompetent at their job, which is conquering. Like you introduce these cool concepts with the Decepticon enemies that have these spies, and you don't use them enough. That's the issue I have with that. You don't use them enough, or you don't use them in a smart way. Is what I'm saying. Um, I didn't like how Megatron just gave up and let Prime kill him. I didn't like that at all. At all. He just because Syndrome Prime just basically became his abuser, and he became an abuse victim. So it's like he just allowed Optimus to just straight up just decapitate him. And ever a lot of people say he fought. He fought. No, he did not fight him. I've seen that movie at least 5 times already. He did not fight back. He let Optimus kill him. Optimus came in, does a flip, rip it. He it's kind of strange how Optimus kills, quote unquote, kills Megatron in this film. In the most, and again, let's go back to gratuity in this one. It's the most gratuitous kill I've ever seen Optimus do up to this point. And it's like Megatron is just standing there, let him deal the final blow, and all basically what Optimus does is punch, punch, slash, slash, hook the axe, does a flip over him, and rips his head off with the axe. That is that is the most Mortal Kombat fatality I've ever seen in a movie, in a Transformers movie of all things. And my goodness, back to the violence in this one. Transformers bleed in this movie. They spit and they bleed. There's a Decepticon that bleeds from the mouth after being kicked in the face. Even even Ironhide coughs up blood, Cybertronian blood, when Sentinel Prime shoots him with that rust gun. Even even Megatron bleeds out when Sentinel Prime punishes him for even suggesting that, for even the mere mention that the whole space bridge plan was his plan, but it was actually Sentinel Prime's plan. Sentinel Prime is like straight up mustache twirling villain at this point. I hate to use that term because that's a lazy term for anybody to use to describe a villain that they don't like. I hate that term. It's an overused term, and it's a lazy term to wave off criticism, to wave their superior criticism over certain villains, so to speak. But yeah, that and even when Optimus decapitates straight up decapitates Megatron, you see blood trickling down his spinal column. Now, granted, Ravage got his whole skeleton pulled out of his skin, and you saw blood in that one too. But like that was like only one instance. That was only one instance. But that right there was I did not need for the Cybertronians to bleed. As a matter of fact, they were bleeding in the first movie. When you see Blackout get attacked by Linux's team, he does bleed, but it's the inner John that's bleeding out of him. You know what I'm saying? You see like this blue and white energy just like pouring out of his body. That should have stayed when every time they got hurt. Not this liquid fluid that keeps pouring out of them. I'm like, really? What was so wrong about the energon pouring out of their bodies when every time they receive a wound or an injury? What was so wrong with that? Go back to looking at the first movie when they actually take damage, and you see that stuff leaking out of them. That should have been right there. That should have been what leaks out of them when they receive injury. Not this whole green substance or red substance coming out of them. I do not like that, and I hate how it continued on in the next two films, which I'm going to get to now. Let's just say this. Oh, Another thing I hate about Transformers: Dark of the Moon, no Linkin Park ending song, and I'm pretty sure you can chalk that up as Linkin Park was doing their own thing at the time, and I hate to bring up Linkin Park due to Chester Bennington's passing years some years ago, and of course years after these franchise was nearly at its end. But yeah, no Linkin Park ending song, but that's a minor gripe. That's not really a big. That's me being petty. Let's just say that's me being petty about that. Because if you really look at it, like the first two Transformer movies had Linkin Park's. You had What Have I Done from the first movie. You have New Divide in the second movie, and I was hoping that they were going to keep that trend up. You know, like with the Iron Man movies, you have ACDC. No, actually no. You had Black Sabbath, Iron Man at the end of the first movie, ACDC, Highway to Hell in the second movie. I'm surprised they didn't do another music track for the third movie in Iron Man 3, which was sad. I was kind of disappointed in that, but I digress. Um, so we fast forward years later. We got the whole. We thought, as a matter of fact, at this point, everybody thought that Transformers had ended. You know, once Dark of the Moon wrapped up, everybody thought this was it. This was the end. Like Megatron's dead, Cinder Prime died. Um, Optimus Prime still giving off that speech and stuff. They won the day. Like this is it. This is how Transformers ends. Granted, it would end with a lackluster sequel, but we all thought that Transformers was over by this point once Dark of the Moon wrapped up. But years later, they announced it. A fourth one was in the works, and they're finally bringing in the Dinobots, and everybody lost their stuff. I lost my stuff myself. That if that was a way to pique our interest in another Transformer movie, I was like, yeah, finally, we were gonna get the Dinobots. Please don't mess this up. Please don't mess this up. Please don't. That's what everybody else was whispering. Please don't mess this up. Please don't mess this up. And at this point, this is where reviewers start becoming a big thing on YouTube, and everybody start voicing their opinions about the Transformer movies. Everybody start collectively hating this franchise at this point. With It's all because of Dark of the Moon that people are starting to hate this franchise, because it was not really a good film. Dark of the Moon was not a good film. I walked away dry after that. Melissa, would you knock it off with the? I don't mean to say it like that. We don't want. I don't want it. Melissa, let's go over this. I do not want that in my stream. That that kind of discussion. Unless we're gonna discuss adult themes and works in literature, we can cross that bridge. But this is let's not go with that one. Let's not talk about that. Um, you can make that joke if I ever do decide to Wolf Commander Rambles sexual themes in media. That's what like once we get there, have at it. Have at it. As a matter of fact, I encourage all you guys, when we get there, have at it. I want to see all the craziest stuff I want to see how y'all creative juices work. When we get to the sexual themes talk, if and when we get there, when I do decide to get there, when I get my thoughts and points together, when we talk about that, have at it. Just I'm also gonna go. I'm gonna borrow from Sound Engraver here. I will say this. I will say this. I am gonna borrow with Sound Engraver here. Do not swear in the comments, please. when we get there. Just because I'm letting you guys throw in all kind of adult dirty jokes in there. Do not swear. Keep it clean, guys. To some extent. Some extent. Um, you will have to I'm not sure if you have Twitter. If you do, Melissa, or better yet, if you got me as a friend on Facebook, uh, shoot me a message about that, will you? If you, that sounds like a conversation right there that we can talk about. Yeah, shoot me a message there if you like. Um, let's get to the fourth movie, Transformers: Age of Oh my goodness, this is where I was getting a little bit tired of these uh these subtitles and these sequels, these dark and edgy subtitles. Age of Ultron, I will actually give a pass to that because that's a title of a comic. I'll 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 I'll, I'll I'll let that one slide. But like when the Resident Evil movies came in, and let me go back to the Resident Evil movies real quick because I said the wrong subtitle for the second movie in the last stream. It's Apocalypse, not Evolution. That's Underworld Evolution, but I actually said Resident Evil Evolution. No, it I meant to say Resident Evil Apocalypse. But yeah, you got Apocalypse or in the case of Transformers, Dark of the Moon, Age of Extinction. Yeah, I remember that, Melissa. Bernie Mac. And rest his soul. He yeah, rest his soul. I love Bernie Mac. His passing hit me hard. I didn't bring him up because I didn't want to grant I did say this is my likes and dislikes of the franchise, but I didn't want to go into heavy details about side characters that much. And that's all he was. He was just a side character. He was really just a character there. That's all. So I didn't really mention him that much. But Age of Extinction was this was a year after I met my wife and a year after I married her. Um, we had went to that one, and I this is where my hopes went to die. And I like to point that I want to point that out. My hope was there, but it died in the middle of that movie because for one, Age of Extinction changed main characters midway through the franchise, and we had Mark Wahlberg as K. Yeager. Where do you get that from? I wonder. I can give you two possible answers for that one. You guys can say that in the chat if you like. Okay, now Melissa's taking over the chat. Come on, Brian, you got competition. Get in there. Get on it. Get on it. Kidding, kidding. Don't fight, guys. Don't fight. I just need to. I'm just saying. I want somebody to contribute too. You let me pump the brakes real quick. You guys are not obligated to contribute, but I would love for each and every one of you who are watching to contribute at least once. You know, that's why I try to. I'm just saying like Brian Gil Martin, especially when I'm in the chats with the professor, Sound Engraver. It sometimes seems like when every time I'm chatting, I'm seem to be the only one chatting. I'm like, ooh, I need to pull back because I don't want to be the one that's taking over the chat that much. As a matter of fact, let me take a quick break from discussing the movie and check your comments real quick. Okay, Brian Gilmore right here. Yeah, yeah. Going back to the third movie, yeah, that was. Yeah, I already read that. I'm sorry. Here, right there. There's a name for the feeling this kind of feeling invokes. This is the third movie. Darkness induced audience apathy because it's so dark. You really have no reason to care about anyone or anything. Yeah, yeah. That even with John Malkovich's character in that movie, you didn't really care. You didn't care. I didn't. Going back to what I'm saying about Sam Witwicky, I don't care about him getting a job. I don't care. Again, Lennox should have been the main character. We don't care about Sam Witwicky struggling to find a job. Sorry, I didn't mean to go into. No, no, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. Yeah, I remember that. I remember hearing about that. Um, Brian Martin again. Is it just me, or are there a lot of movies titles dealing with apocalypses and extinction or other? Yeah, it seems like they have no idea to how to give a proper subtitle that means something in the film. At least with X Men, Days of Future Past, again, again, that's allowed because that's a title to a comic. X Men or X2, X Men United, or X Men Unite. I don't know what they were thinking about the Last Stand. What was the Last Stand? What hill were they willing to die on? You know, like what hill? I would love to talk about the X Men films if you guys will have me. I'll again once I done with the second Wolf Commander Rambles, I'll post again. I'll think I'll post it on Saturday on Facebook. Yeah, I'll post it on Facebook in the professor's Facebook group, which subject y'all want to vote highest on. Um, heck, Terminator got it. Terminator had it worse. Terminator had it worse as the sequels went by. Terminator Genesis and Dark Fate. Before that, Salvation. That was like they had these strong words for these subtitles. Strong words. I'm like, what does that mean in relation to the movie? I mean, and don't even get me started on the Resident Evil films and the Underworld films. At least with Rise of the Lycans and Underworld, it meant the rise of the Lycans. That movie did its job with that subtitle, Rise of the Lycans. There, done. It tells you everything that you need to know about that movie just from reading that title alone. It's talking about how the Lycans rose up against their oppressors. And geez, I do not like saying that, considering how that line is saying now, how it's used commonly nowadays. I hate using that now. Man, SJWs ruin everything, don't they? Um, let's get back into Transformers Age of Extinction, shall we? So here's why I say where my hope went to die. Um, my hope was set when I saw Mark Wahlberg as the new protagonist, Kate Yeager. Disregard that name. I was like finally we're gonna follow somebody that actually matter for once, or at least means something other than Sam Witwicky. Like we're finally gonna we're finally gonna we're finally gonna focus on a character that actually has some values. Like finally we're gonna follow an adult for once instead of a kid. Like I'm tired of Sam Witwicky. Like Mark Wahlberg was if and that's and I think the reason why I gravitated more towards Kate Yeager more is because I got older. I grew up. I matured basically. I matured. So I'm looking for, at this point now, it's like I'm looking for at least a Captain America type, somebody who's responsible, somebody who has strong values. Now, I was beginning to become this is, and mind you, this is way before I happened upon Professor Geek's channel, or me. This is way before you guys, this is way, now this is way before I met any of you guys in being a part of this community, which I am very, very appreciative to be a part of this community, guys. I'm very appreciative. But like this, like at this point, I was looking for strong male role models. In At this point, strong male role models is what I'm looking for. Not strong in quote unquote. I'm talking about guys that we can really look up to, and boy, do we need them now more than ever. Where my hope died was, here we have an adult male that has aspirations of being an inventor, who lives in Texas, who cares for his daughter, who is a product of teen pregnancy, by the way, and bad decision making, but he's making up for it by taking care of his daughter, 17-year-old, by the way. Um, how does Michael Bay decide to portray this man? A grown-up version of Shia LaBeouf, basically. You got this lady coming in trying to evict him from off his property, and he behaves like a teenager in front of her. Now, granted, I'm not looking for the hallmark version of how he resolved a conflict, but I did not need to see him threaten somebody with a bat off his property. And that's where my hope died. I'm like, there's no way I'm gonna like this character, am I? And I'm supposed and this movie supposedly is expecting me to like this guy. But I rolled with it kind of because when he did that, I'm like, I'm not liking this. I'm like, I was, granted, I was on his side when he defended his property. Like, yeah, that's his property, man. That's his property, man. Like you ain't gonna go up to man's property and try to kick him off his property for whatever reason. So I was with him, but at the same time, I didn't like how he acted. Waving a bat at him and stuff, ready to fight a woman, and her little lap dog boy that's like standing right behind him and stuff. I'm like, really? This is. I'm like, this is what basically when we look at Kate Yeager, this is what Michael Bay thinks of Texans, or at least this is what Michael Bay thinks of responsible fathers, single fathers, mind you, single fathers. This is what he thinks of you, single fathers. How mad are you at this portrayal? How mad are you, Texans, at this portrayal of Texans? So you got that guy. Then you got Tessa, played by Nicola Peltz, I think her name is. If you don't know who that is, she played White Katara from The Last Airbender. She was also in Bates Motel. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, I need to drink something. Throat was drying up a little bit. She was also in Bates Motel. She was if you guys watch Bates Motel, she was the troubled girlfriend or troubled love interest that Norman Bates was kind of protecting, or trying to get out of her crap life, which I don't want to spoil her fate in that show. but she was in that one, I believe. Um, excuse me. Keep coughing. I'm sorry, guys. Excuse me. I had to get that out of my throat. Sorry. Um, what else she was in? Because I was shocked when I looked at her filmography. I'm like, she was in that too. Anyways, let's move on. Well, we're gonna talk about Tim and T films, guys. I will say Alice Shaws is well. Let's set the record straight right now, guys. Michael Bay was a producer. He did not direct the TMNT films. Let's set the record straight. Michael Bay only produced those films. He did not direct. Whoever directed was directing in his style. Whoever wrote them, wrote them in his style. Excuse me, wrote them in his style. That it had Michael Bay written all over it, but he had no hand in that. Let's set that record straight right now. Um, though I do prefer Out of the Shadows more than the first movie. Though I don't like the way Al Schreier was portrayed in that movie, and I did not like the armor he was wearing in that movie. I also did not like the power armor he was wearing in the first movie either. I didn't even like the new act. Truth be told, I didn't like the new actor they chose for Shredder in the in Out of the Shadows. I wish they would have kept the other Shredder, even though they didn't show his face that much. They should have kept that guy. I like him better than the new guy. Like they it's like they depowered him a bit in the second movie. Though I did like Rocksteady and Bebop in Out of the Shadows. My man. I even like the actors they played that they had for them. But I digress. Oh, if we were going to talk about something that's gratuitous in movies, I did not need a shot of Nicola Peltz's butt, especially if she's trying to portray a seven. I don't know how old she was at the time when she did Last Airbender up to that point. I'm pretty sure she was at least in her early 20s when she did Age of Extinction. But I did not need like you could have aged her up to my I don't well we're not gonna I'm not gonna yeah I retract that statement. But yeah, I didn't. There's a scene where she's wearing short shorts and she's about to go somewhere. And he's like, "On the whoa! You're not going out there. You're not going out there looking like that. You're not going to go out there look like a prostitute." It's like, what are you talking about? There's shorts. Yeah, but look at the size of it. And there's a quick shot of her behind, and she's standing there with her hands on her hips, like she's being so like she's like this is supposed to be a message for how empowered she is for showing off some skin. I'm like, dude. Did you not mention that she's 17 years old? I do not need to be looking at the buttocks of a 17-year-old girl. That was uncomfortable for me to watch, really. Really uncomfortable. Especially when I have a niece. I have two nieces, actually. And I'm like, yeah, they're not watching this movie. Well, that's not my decision. My sisters and my brother will park them in front of just about anything at this point. Well, they're growing up, but yeah, I'm like, wow, there was a lot of things wrong. I'm gonna get these are the two main things that was my issue that are my main gripes with this movie. Age of Extinction was the fact that there's this huge focus on Tessa being 17 years old. Huge focus. And the fact that she's dating uh I'm guessing her boyfriend Shane is supposed to be 20, I believe. He's supposed technically he's the whole point is that he's supposed to be an older boyfriend and he's dating a 17-year-old. And there's a scene after they run out, after they get away from the hunter Decepticon lockdown, thanks to Optimus Prime. Um, there's this whole thing about the whole Romeo and Juliet statue. I'm like, what? There's a statue where, wow, the Romeo, wow, we didn't like. Are you? There's some things in this movie franchise that they focus on that we don't need to. It's insane what where they choose to really dedicate a paragraph worth of exposition on, when all they need to do is rewrite it. I don't think it was Melissa. I'm gonna stop real quick to address that. I don't think Michael Bay was the one who thought about that. Grant, he did direct it, so I will say this: he is guilty by association on that one. I do not think he would have put that in. I'm giving here's me giving him the benefit of the doubt here. I do not think he would have put that in. He's sick in some ways, but he's not that sick. I don't. I'm really giving him the benefit of the doubt. He's an adult in some areas at some point. You know. But I don't think he wrote that line. I think somebody else wrote that lines in, and he just directed it. But I say he's still guilty by association for even directing that scene. He should, if he had a conscience about that, or if he had any reservations on that scene, he could have told the writer to take that out. We're not going to do that. So he's still guilty by association, but I don't think he wrote that. I don't think he wrote that. I'm hoping that he didn't write that, because you guys gotta understand. Here's one thing you guys got to really understand: the directors can be writers, but there's also in some instances in movies where there's a writer and there's a director. If y'all can't see it, but I'm gesturing my hands. I'm gesturing my hands spreading out. There's a writer and there's also a director. What the writer wrote is what the director directed. And half the time in these movies, Michael Bay did direct them, but he was not the writer. Let's set the record straight right there. He is not the writer of the films. He's just the director. In other words, even if he is directing it, he's still doing what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? He's based with that being said, with the writer writing that scene in, he's still the dog doing what he's told. That's why I'm saying he's still guilty by associating by directing that scene. I'm not saying him being the director absolves him from that scene. He is still guilty by association, is what I'm saying. But yeah, that scene was I was like, that I do I was if there was ever a movie that I wanted to walk out, that was one. That was one. But my clause is, if I pay money for this movie, I don't walk out. You know what I'm saying? But if I pay money for it, I made this bed, I sleep in it. That's my fault. You know what I'm saying? I pay for it. I'm paying for it, you know? I paid for it, I'm paying for it. It's what I'm saying. That's my clause. So when I pay for something like that, I get it's like what the Joker said in that Joker film. You get what you deserve. I censor myself there. You get what you deserve. If you Granted, I do. That's not to say that I. That's not to say that I am shaming anybody who walk out and ask for a refund. Okay, that is your money. You do whatever you want. Me, I paid for it. I'm paying for it. So, but I will tell you this: in that instance, when they were talking about the statute clause, I was like, I'm this be the first movie I almost walked out of because of this scene. Because of this one scene, I'm ready to walk out of this movie. I do not want to see the rest of this movie anymore at all. And they keep going on with this whole relationship thing. The whole him questioning the boyfriend about what was going on with the noise last. I'm like, bro, get off of this. I do not want to hear that. Granted, Kay, do your thing being a but writer. Why do you keep harping on the idea? Oh, bruh, I'm done. Like 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 you are making it you are intensifying my feeling to walk from this movie. I didn't see anybody walk from this movie at all, but bruh, if there was anybody who did, I do not blame them. I do not blame them. We are not watching a Transformer movie to talk about the subject of underage dating basically May December romances. We're not here for that. This is not. We came here to see giant robots fight giant robots, and maybe some humans fight alongside the giant robots against giant robots. We are not here to watch a lesson on May December romances. That is not what we came here for, guys. Y'all, if we want to see something like that, we'll watch a documentary about that. We're not here to watch your entertaining movie about that. And they go on about that for a cool minute in the middle of the movie like that. I'm like, jeez, we get it. Kate do not like Tessa's boyfriend. There's a lot of things you can point out that he don't like about this guy. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've there are a few there there's rare cases where I did meet any previous romance I had. I've met the fathers. I have I have met some of my previous girlfriend's fathers, but I'm sorry. I would not. I would never ever act like the way how that dude acted in front of Kay. If you guys know what I'm talking about, like when he's like, do you realize she's underage? Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. We got a statue. I'm like, dude, dude, that is the. I don't care if you're dating a girl. That is the father of the girl that you're dating. You will respect that man if you're gonna stay cool with the girlfriend. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, the girlfriend will really hate you for even trying to step up to your dad. I mean, step up to her dad like that. Melissa, you can share some light in that one if you like. I would love to hear the females. Like, I I would love to know if there was ever a boyfriend that tried to talk crap to your dad, or did you ever break up with somebody for even having the gall to step up to your dad the way how the boyfriend did in Age of Extinction. I'm saying I'm not talking about, and what I mean by stepping up to the dad, I'm talking about stepping up as proven when you step up to the love of your life's father, you're stepping up to the plate to prove to the father that you have what it takes to date their daughter, to even potentially marry their daughter. You know. But the way how dude came up to him is yeah, I'm begging your daughter. What you gonna do about it? That's basically what he was saying to her, saying to the guy. I'm like, dude, you already in hot water, this man. You need to really de-escalate the situation. And he wasn't. He was being smug about it. And boy, they really hammer on to his boyfriend a lot. How is she in love with this dude for the life of me? Because from the majority of the time I seen him in action, the only thing he did was get them out of there, and all she was doing was basically handling the emergency brake stick when he was driving the car. When she gets captured by lockdown along with mm, Optimus Prime, he was ready to ditch her. He was quick to ditch her. I'm like, bro, that's probably the girlfriend and some boyfriend you're not gonna go after your girl even when her dad said let's go get her. He's ready to abandon her. I'm like, what is she seeing you? Seriously, what does she see in you? Had to pause a bit. Get the drink. Sorry about that, guys. So yeah, those are like my two main gripes above the real egregious ones that's going to come up. Um, this idea that the Autobots are being hunted, I didn't like that. Especially they were hunting them and use them as resources to create this super metal that, again, harking back to what I said about the Decepticons, they have the edge over the Autobots, and it's not used smartly. The whole fact when Galvatron comes back, the fight between Optimus Prime versus Galvatron and Stinger and Bumblebee, when Bumblebee tries to shoot Stinger, and Stinger becomes this nanomachine cloud, avoiding missiles and stuff, and Bumblebee's like, what the heck? He's got this stunned look. You know what I'm saying? But it never comes up later on in the films in the final battle. Truth be told, the Autobots should have lost this fight. Truth be told, the Autobots should have lost this fight because these guys. I like that. Oh, okay, okay, yeah, yeah. I mean, if it's personal, you don't have to say anything, Melissa. You didn't really have to say anything, but I like you shed some light. You shed some light into that. Yeah, yeah. Let me highlight that comment. Yeah, that is true. That is true right there. That's true right there. And your father. I would salute your father if such an occasion would have happened. I would salute your father. Like yeah. You. I'm sorry if you really care about somebody so much, you would not disrespect their family unless they're unsavory types. But that's a whole different discussion in itself. Um, but like if the father lets you in the house, the mother offer you dinner, you do not disrespect the parents of the person you're dating. You just don't. That's the values that we're taught. And I also like Brian's Martin's right here. I will never understand why writers think disrespecting someone's father won't get you knocked on your butt in the real world. Yeah, I'm like, bruh, I'll share something personal too. I'll share something personal too. I used to live with my dad. I was scared of my dad. My fear of my father instilled the fear of any girl who I would have dated. My fear of my father was still fear of their father. You know what I'm saying? No matter what the motive was for me dating that person, I still would not disrespect the dad nor the mom. I had fear of the mother and the father. So my girlfriends at the time, if I'm if and when I did meet their fathers, I behave. I give the man respect. Okay, and same with the mother. I give the mother respect too. No matter what, even no matter what the girlfriend said about their parents, even if they said their parents were mean, they no, I respect the parents. Period. All right. That's the values that we're missing nowadays. Values is no longer prioritized these days. Everybody wants. That's another thing. Problem with modern writers today. They hate parents. They hate parents. That's why almost every show has teenagers arguing with adults every single time, or getting in adults' face, or trying to tell adults, like that Babysitters Club show that's on Netflix. Oh my goodness, that little girl that told those medical staff off, even as ridiculous as their methods of how they operate in it. Like, you do not talk to adults like that. I don't care what kind of what age you is. You do not talk. You are a child. You do not talk to adults like that. You just don't. But I digress. Let's get back to the topic I had. The metal, the metal, Oh my goodness, y'all gonna laugh. So you guys remember the Avatar metal unobtainium, right? So they have this transforming metal in Age of Extinction. In Age of Extinction called transformium. Speaking of transformium, there's another movie pet peeve that they tickled in this movie that I don't like, and this is one. This one, let me break down my movie pet peeves. I'll give you two. The since when pet peeve, and this is the one that I hate the most in a lot of movies. This is mostly pertaining to movie sequels that I hate in my soul. Okay, this movie pet peeve is like the biggest one that I hate, and this is the top of my movie pet peeves list. In universe fan nickname drop. I hate in universe fan nickname drop, and I'll give you some examples, and I'll tell you why I hate that. So like, you know how in Jaws of Revenge, you know how outside of the universe we call the shark Jaws. The technical name for Jaws is the Great White. It's really called the Great White Shark, but to us fans, we call him Jaws for distinction, right? The same thing with the Predator. It's technically called in universe the Yautja or the Hunter. Out of those two, right? It's either called the Hunter or the Yautja. We call them the Predator. We call the Yautja a predator. You get my drift? Same thing with the Xenomorph. Same thing with the Xenomorph. Is in universe, the Xenomorph is called the Xenomorph. But we as the audience, as the fans, we call them alien. We call them that. What really gets me is when the movie has a character outright calling the creature what we call them outside the universe. So when you get to Jaws Revenge, when you hear her say, "It's Jaws, it's Jaws, he's looking for us, it's Jaws," I'm like, that's not what you call them in universe. That's what we call them. That's our thing. Okay? That's our thing. Alright? That's our thing. That's what we call them. Imagine if Ripley say, well, okay, aliens do not check off that pet peeve because she does say alien. She does say alien, but here's the thing. After that, nobody say alien, alien, alien. Like let's kill these aliens. Let's kill these aliens. You know what I'm saying? Nobody does that. So in universe, they use it. She uses it correctly. It doesn't check off my pet peeve on that one. The Predator, the 2019 Predator movie. Ooh, that checked off badly. Like they were, let's just say they were kind of covert with it when they say Predator in that movie, but I know what they were doing. I know what they were like. You are really trying to tickle my pet peeve, aren't you? So yeah, when it was Transformers that actually awakened that pet peeve when they called it Transformium, and worse, they stopped referring to the Autobots as Autobots and Decepticons as Decepticons. They start calling them Transformers. Especially when Cade said, "I think we got a Transformer. I think we got a Transformer here." What? No, no, we would never use your movie pet peeve, Wolf Tan. No. Yeah, right. You just did. I'm sorry. That really ticked me off. Like I hate it when directors and writers do that because it's like it's their sad way of trying to endear to the fans. Like we all know that fans are saying this. Let's just throw it in for I'm like, no, that's our thing. That is our thing. It takes me out of the movie when they say that. It really does. That's like calling Superman. Mm, what do we call Superman outside of the universe? That's not a good. No, that's not a good analogy. Nope. Terminator. Same thing. They use Terminator just the way how it's supposed to be called. Um, I'm running out of analogies there. Yep. You know, I'll move. I'll move on. That's the one. That's movie pet peeve number one right there. That's one. That's my list of movie pet peeves. But that's the number one that I hate. Yeah, Brian, you're right. They're supposed in universe. They're supposed to be calling them Cybertronics or MBEs. They set up MBE in the first movie. How's that still not used in universe? Why they're still calling them Transformers? And they continued on in the fifth movie. So I was like, it's like, y'all still using that now, huh? I'm not gonna be a happy camper with this one, am I? Mm-hmm. Yep. But yeah, that got on my nerves. Like, that's not what that's what we call them. That's what we call them, not you. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Melissa. I'm sorry to hear that. No penis this year. That's sad. Um. Oh yeah, going back to what I was saying about Galvatron. Galvatron apparently knew about the seed, basically the metal that the. Oh, this is one thing that really bothered me about the original. Again, this is again repeating what they're doing in the first three movies. They keep going back to explore some stuff that never really needed exploring, like the whole first creators. So apparently that just contradicts the Allspark. Basically, where I'm going with this, you guys, is that every time when they throw in a new opening, that opening seems to contradict what was set up in the previous movie. And what is that, Melissa? What is that? I wonder. You got me curious now. Yeah, like I hate how each opening keeps contradicting the previous movie's plot device. They keep contradicting it. Like it set the first movie set up that the Allspark was the one thing that created all Cybertronians and apparently Cybertron, right? Then the second movie sets up that there were Cybertronians even before the Allspark crashed on the planet and had an Energon sun destroying machine set up in that film. Then the third movie suggests again that during the War of Cybertron, Sentinel Prime and his cadre of Cybertronians crash land on the moon with the Ark. Yeah, we get into Sentinel Prime, crash landed, had the space bridge on his ship. Again, now that's supposed to be important, apparently. And now here we got into Age of Extinction. No, we're not talking about the primes anymore. Casey Scott, we're not talking about the primes. I'm just saying, like everything in the openings of every movie keeps contradicting the plot device for each movie. And in the fourth movie, now we have the seed, which is created by the original creators of the Cybertronians. Now, which when you put that in context, it contradicts the Allspark. Completely contradicts the Allspark. You can infer that they created the Allspark to create the Cybertronians, but if that's the case, why do they need the seed then? because they used to see it in the beginning, and you see the herd of brontosauruses. I'm hesitant to call no, they're Kashmirsaurus actually. They're Kashmirsaurus to be more accurate for the dinosaurs that get seeded, as I like to call them. That, and what I mean by the seed is that the I'm gonna read that comic when I take a break, a quick break to read the comics. Um, that's an interesting thing you said, Brian. Um, yeah, seed gets dropped, and it engulfs an acre of land in metal, in complete metal, and here's actually, you know what? Once I get done discussing the whole movies, I'm going to discuss how I'm going to discuss more in detail how Michael Bay portrays the women in his movies, in these movies specifically. But you got the seed, and apparently this is the metal that they use to make trans. Dang it, I said it. Cybertronians. Apparently, this is the metal that you use to make Cybertronians. That's dumb. That's not set up in the first movie, and it's not set up really well in later movies. It really breaks consistency of how the universe works in the Bayformers universe. And now that's the big thing of the movie, the big plot device. And apparently Casey Scott with them look, I know Casey, I already got on Miss Lissa about that. Let's not get there. Let's not get there. I have to be fair here. If I'm getting on Melissa about dirty jokes like that, come on, man. Sorry, I lost track there. Yeah. Again, apparently, Lockdown has one of these ships now. It's established what these ships look like, and Lockdown has one of these ships, and he's not trying to plant a seed on this planet to make more metal, or at least he's striking a deal with Kelsey Grammer, which I gotta say he's actually the one thing I liked about this movie. I did not like Stanley Tucci's character in this movie. I'll get to my reasons why. By the way, I'll get to my reasons why. Um, but Kelsey Grammer striking a deal with Lockdown to get the seed and give to Stanley Tucci's character to make more transformium. Ugh. It sounds convoluted. Yes, if you think it's convoluted, that's because it is convoluted, and it's mostly because Stanley Tucci's character. It's the placement of Stanley Tucci's character, or 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 his placement as a character in here. He's selling specially made Cybertronian cars to people, which is also dumb. He's basically, and I'm guessing this is Michael Bay's allegory of selling toys to kids, selling Transformers toys. I think that was the whole reason why Stanley Tucci's character was introduced, is because it was trying to make an allegory to Transformers toys. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what that whole point. That's the point of his character, because you got Stinger, and then you got Galvatron, you see why they're hunting the Autobots, and they're using the set. Here's the thing I don't understand right here. They're hunting the Autobots for scrap parts to build these type of machines for their toy line. Let's call it that, their toy line. But last time I checked, Dark of the Moon had a big battle in Chicago, and there was a lot of Decepticon scrap metal. A lot. Why? Why do they need the Autobots? Riddle me that. Why do they need the Autobots' bodies? They explained it, but it's a flimsy. It's kind of a flimsy explanation, if you ask me. It's a very flimsy explanation. But I still ask the question: why the Autobots? Why? Why do you need them? Tell me why? Why do you like you got this? You have Decepticons. You have enough Decepticons. As a matter of fact, you last time I checked, I think Einstein got shot. Yeah, Einstein, the Einstein bot. I don't know who he really was. I think he was Wheeljack. I think he was Wheeljack in Dark of the Moon. He gets shot by he gets shot by the new Soundwave. He's not Soundwave wasn't a satellite in Dark of the Moon at that point. Now I didn't even mention Shockwave in that one, but who cares? He was a nothing character in that one. All he did was move a giant worm. That's it. Nothing special about his character at all. But yeah, they could have used Wheeljack or the Einstein bot as parts if they wanted Autobot parts. They didn't need to go out and kill Autobots for it. You know, so of course we saw Ironhide dying, which was sad because that's basically all Optimus's friends from Jump pretty much wiped out at this point. So like in the first movie, you lost Jazz. Second movie, nobody in particular died except for the RC bots, but we don't care. Nobody cared about the RC bots that much. Third movie, we lost Ironhide, and now we lost Ratchet. Thank you. Lockdown takes his spark out and just outright just drills his hand into Ironhide's chest and rips it out unceremoniously. Sorry, I'm again. Brian is raised. I'm going to highlight his comments when I take a break in that one. When I say take a break, I'm not saying I'm going to be stopping and leaving. I'm talking about I'm going to really like stop my discussion real quick and to read your comments. So I don't want nobody left behind because I know you guys are saying, you guys got a lot to say. You guys, I'm really appreciating it. Um, but yeah, like the way how they did Iron Ratchet, I was Hey, Age Boomer. Welcome, Age Boomer, everybody. Welcome him. Worship him. Knocking. Thanks for coming by, Age Boomer. If you're here to give a shout out, that's fine too. Hit that like, because I know Professor Geek's stream is it's about 2 hours away. I believe 2 hours and a half. I'm just here to kill time for you guys. You know me. You know how I am. I'm giving that door. I'm giving you guys some entertainment until then, and I will be there. Actually, a special guest will be there. Yeah, but yeah, the way how Ratchet died was like where my hope was killed. My hope in the franchise died when Ratchet died in that one. Because my hope was there when I saw Mark Wahlberg as the new protagonist and not Shia LaBeouf anymore. It slipped when I saw how he was acting, how he was written, but then it died when Ratchet died. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna be happy about this, am I? Sorry. Giving a moment of silence for Ratchet there. And it's blatantly obvious that they're trying to make an allegory about immigration. They've been trying to make an allegory about immigration for the longest time in this franchise since Dark of the Moon. The whole deporting the Autobots off of planet Earth, the whole hunting down Autobot terrorists. Yeah, that was a dumb allegory. Methinks Michael Bay could be a liberal, but I'm not sure about that. I doubt that he's very patriotic with the thousands of flags of the American flag that he puts in every scene in every one of his movies. You can make a count of how many flags you see in a Michael Bay film, and you can play a drinking game. Please don't play a drinking game for every time you see a American flag in a Michael Bay film. Please do not do that. You will die, and I'll be sad. I will be sad. Um, but I did again back to what I like. I did like Kelsey Grammer as the villain in this one because Kelsey Grammer can do a good villain voice. He's got that deep voice going. If you guys cannot see Kelsey Grammer as a villain, I respect that. But I was sold. I was really sold in Kelsey Grammer being a villain in this movie. But he was not needed. He was not needed in the battlefield, to say the least. Because we all know he dies at the end of the movie. He did not need to be like the way how he's portrayed. He's supposed to be this cool, calculating in the shadows. Oh, I'm not going to drink on the stream. I've swore off alcohol years ago, Melissa. I, I, I swore off alcohol. I've been 5 years sober. Even though I will say this, I'm not an I'm I wouldn't say that I drunk enough to build a tolerance to be considered alcoholic, but since the time I was drinking, I would say I have been 5 years sober, and not once have I ever thought about having a drink. Even in my lowest low points, I never thought about having a drink or needing a drink to cope with whatever it is that I'm going through personally. So yay me. I'm just saying I got a strong will, guys. I have resilience. So yeah, I'm never. There's nothing like. There's not a thing on this earth that can ever push me to regress back to drinking to cope with grief or any of that sort. Um, but again, getting back to Transformers. I do not. Let's go back to the things I did not like in this movie. I did not like Bumblebee's personality in this movie. I'm sorry to hear that too, Melissa. Sorry to hear about that. Rest his soul. Um, I did not like yeah, I didn't like Bumblebee's personality in this movie. He was it's like they regressed Bumblebee into a child or at least a teenager in this movie. Like again, here's this movie also tickled my pet peeve. Here's another movie that tickled my pet peeve in movies. The since when pet peeve. Like I said, let me explain the since when pet peeve a bit more in detail. Going back to Dark of the Moon, when Tyrese's character tells Sam that he always wanted to go into space, I was like, since when? I never heard you say that. I never heard you talk about that in conversation. I never heard you talking about like the only thing y'all ever heard you did was argue about the one Mexican dude talking about the gator stuff. That's it. I never heard you talking about going to space. So I'm like, since when? So when Optimus talked about how Bumblebee never I'm saying like when Bumblebee when Optimus mentioned to Cade that Bumblebee never listened to him. Like when they were talking about how Tessa don't listen to him all the time, like children listen. Like I always had to talk like Bumblebee never always listened to me. Like since when? Since when has Bumblebee ever disobeyed a direct order from you? Because last time I checked, in the last previous movies, he's always done what you ordered, or at least especially if we go by the ending line that he said, "I wish to stay with the boy." Permission granted. You know what I'm saying? You allowed him to stay with Sam in the second movie. All right. He even came back to you to help you in the third movie. Since when has he ever disobeyed a direct order from you at all? I'm like. Granted, you could say that he at this moment in time he's been disobeying direct orders from him, but no, the way how he said it implies that Bumblebee has always done this. Bumblebee has always disobeyed a direct order from Optimus Prime. That is what he's. I'm like, it's not that you're saying it, it's what you're implying when you say it. You're implying that he's always done this. And I ask this question, since when? When has that ever been displayed in any of the movies to even suggest that Bumblebee is an abrasive warrior? Because at this point, he's been doing exactly what you've been telling him to do. I'm sorry. I don't buy that. I don't buy into that BS. I'm sorry to swear, but I don't buy into that. No. That is not Bumblebee's personality. You lose Optimus Prime in this argument. Any argument that you present, you lose. I do not believe that. And the movie is trying to convince us that Bumblebee is like this. I tell you why. I'll give you some examples. The scene where he kicks the model of Stinger in that one building, when he gets mad at that ad campaign saying it's better than Bumblebee, or the scene where he's picking a fight with these other Transformers, which I'm definitely gonna get into them guys. I'm definitely gonna get into those because I'm sorry, I do not like the crew that Optimus rode with in Age of Extinction. I do not like these guys. These Cybertronians, I did not like them at all. But let's get back to Bumblebee. The movie is trying to convince you, like so many other modern writers today, is trying to convince you that Bumblebee has always been like this. And I don't buy it. I'm sorry, I don't buy it. Bumblebee has always listened to Optimus Prime. Bumblebee has always done what Prime ordered him to do. And Bumblebee also he has always respected his Autobot peers, the elder ones, Ironhide, Ratchet, even Jazz. You may not see enough of it, but you can see that he does respect them. So I don't buy that he's always disobeyed direct orders. They never showed an instance where he has. I'm sorry, I don't buy that. Now let's get to the Autobots that are left on this in Age of Extinction. Like, what's his name? I'm gonna call him the Samurai Bot. The Samurai Bot, Hound, the John Goodman bot, voiced by John Goodman, Hound, and everybody calls him the Jason Statham bot, but I think he's called Streaks or Scope or Sector. I don't know. It starts with an S. I know it starts with an S. I should have had IMDb on hand or Google on hand for this one. I mean, if you guys don't mind, I would like to Google it right now. But I'm afraid my computer might get funky with me because I got a lot of tabs open up. As a matter of fact, you know what? Age of Extinction is a bad movie. I don't care. I don't care to look up his name. I don't care. I'm just gonna call him Scope because he seems to be the sniper spy function in the group. Hound's the heavy, of course. He's got the big guns. He's got guns everywhere. Well, okay. I know I said I did not like him. of I will say this: if there's one that I hate less, actually, if there's one that I hate less, it's Hound. Hound's the only one that I have some sort of fondness towards. Maybe because it's John Goodman voicing him, or maybe he's just the gung ho. He's like the gung ho stereotype that I like in most movies. Like he's got a personality. He's basically John Goodman from the Big Lebowski. Yeah, Big Lebowski in a way. Because I know the cinema snob made a reference to they call Hound the Big Lebowski bot. I like how cinema snob said that. But like yeah, Hound's the one I at least hate the least. And of course we all know everybody loves Bumblebee, so like Bumblebee's not on that hate list. But I just dislike how he's portrayed in this movie next to the other Autobots. And the reason why I don't like these Autobots is that they're always fighting each other. They're again this is going back to my issue with Michael Bay's dialogue writing. Everybody talks in arguments. Everybody. And yet he's trying to we're on Age of Extinction. We're on the fourth one, Age Boomer. I'm talking about the fourth one now. But the fourth one is actually this is where I'm getting by this point I was when I got to Age of Extinction, I became very conscious to how Michael Bay writes people nowadays. Everybody talks in arguments. There's never a conversation or a discussion. They always arguing. They back and forth all day, every day. You got Cade and his daughter back and forth, and there's never a moment where they have a heart to heart talk. It's him and the boyfriend back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. The only person that's actually ever given them a heart to heart is Optimus, but everybody else is always fighting, always fighting. And again, the movies keep having you believe that they're trying to convince you that these are good friends, right? But of that goodwill of them being good friends is told, not shown. Told. We're being told they're good friends, not shown. No, I don't like. And this is if anybody watching this in the backwatch for any of your aspiring writers, show, don't tell. If you're going to tell, it better be a detail that is something to do with the plot or something to do with the character in another previous time. Do not tell me that this person is a good guy. Show me this person is a good guy. All right? If these two people are good friends, do not tell me they're good friends. Show me. Unless you really have a messed up relationship with your friends, you are not qualified to write good friends. I'm sorry. If this is if I'm gonna tell you right now, if somebody tell me that in an interview, this is how me and my friends like no. Just because you have a crap relationship with your friends does not mean that you're telling me that you're showing me that these characters that you're writing are good friends. You're not convincing me that the people that you're writing are good friends. Just because in real life you don't have good friends. That's a problem with you and your writing. You just don't have good friends. If this is how your friendship is in real life, then you're not qualified to write good friends at all. And I hate to be that gatekeeper like that, or at least I have to be that. I hate to sound like that elitist that a lot of these mind writers are trying to say well, you're a guy, you're not allowed to write women, or you're a white guy, you're not allowed to write black people, or you're an Asian, you're not allowed to write Mexican. Like no. That's not what I'm trying to be. No, if you, I would say this too. If you're a writer and whatever you put into your work is coming from your personal outside, Get rid of that. I will tell you this right now. If that's what your environment is, you need to get right with that first before you start writing about about what your experiences, or at least what you pour into your experiences outside of your writing into your writing. You better get right with that, because you're putting your own bias into it, or at least you're putting your own perspective of that. Yeah, let me take a break and read your comments real quick. Actually, at this point, because I went on a tangent there and I need to take a break. I'm sorry, guys. Okay, let's go to Brian Martin's about the transforming thing. They shouldn't need living Autobots when the remains of the dead ones could potentially still be salvageable. If Dr. Wally can rebuild old robots, why can't these people? Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah, Melissa, they did. Well, what they did was they dropped them in. They didn't freeze the bodies. They dropped them in the first movie. They dropped them in the Laurentian Trench. And what John Voight's character said was it was going to seal them up and tune them due to the pressure, which fat good all that did, because when Megatron got rebuilt and brought back to life, he got out of that real quick. So there's another instance where they're breaking their own rules. Obviously, that was another instance where they broke their own rules. And another Melissa one is Transformers can't die. They're immortal as long as they're metals on Earth. I would argue also no. I would add to the fact that if their sparks are still around, all they need to do is put the spark in a new body. If Beast Wars is anything to go by, from what I saw in Beast Wars, you can take their spark and put it into a new body, and they'll like as long as their spark is still going, they're technically still alive. You just need to put them in a body to make them productive, basically. Um, scrolling down. Yeah, Brian, actions speak louder than words. I wholeheartedly try to embody that. I try to let my actions speak more than my words. I do give strong proclamations in the comments, and I do get strong proclamations with my voice, but I try to make sure I move, then I flap my gums, And another one for Brian, I suspect a lot of writers have very dysfunctional relationships with other people. Yeah, they bring their it's basically bring your issues to work. That's basically what that is. It's basically them bringing their issues to work, and their writing is their work, right? So that's one thing we always, a workplace should always discourage is bringing your issues to work. If you can't bring your issues, if you can't work with those conditions, don't come to work. Leave your issues at your home. And that's a lot. That's yeah. That it really kind of it really screams that they bring their issues to work, or at least they bring their past experiences to their work. So let's get into lockdown. I did like the concept of lockdown being mostly a Cybertronian hunter. He's basically a neutral party. He's but my issue with him is how he's utilized. That's my issue with him. He really, again, they're introducing cool concepts, but the execution is terrible because he mostly goes after Prime. There's never an instance where he goes after Galvatron. He mostly goes after Prime. Like, even then, like Galvatron has a brief fight with Optimus, and he's never seen again until later in the movie, and then he exits out of the movie. Enjoy your victory while you can, Prime, for I have returned. Which is sad because this time Galvatron is not voiced by Hugo Weaving. He's actually voiced by Frank Welker in this movie. Yeah, they hired Frank Welker to do the voice of Galvatron. Wow, it took him 3 movies, man. It took him 3 movies. That's sad. Well, it took him 4 movies actually to get Frank Welker on board. And I think he also came back for 5, which we're going to get into soon. I keep saying that, but I'm lollygagging. But again, back to Galvatron and his magic metal bots. I'm calling it that. I'm calling that. I'm calling it what it is. Magic metal bots. So they got the ability to disperse into nanomachine manipulative metal and reform themselves. They don't. As a matter of fact, they don't even need to be cars at this point. They don't even need to be vehicles at this point. They could be just about anything. Again, cool concept, and they don't use it properly. One of these could have been a slot machine at a casino. One of them could be a, I don't know, a boombox like Frenzy. One of them could be a passenger plane. Out there, I said one of them can be maybe a human being, and they can infiltrate it. This is the best infiltration technology that they have, and they don't use them. And yet you have us believe that all the other bots are taking them out left and right. They die, they get shot in the head, they get shot a few times, but you don't notice that they're actually dispersing and forming back up to dodge bullet fire. They don't split themselves in half to avoid blaster fire. There's even a scene where Optimus tries to stab Galvatron in the chest, and Optimus says this, "No spark. That means I don't. That means I fight without fear." That's not a good argument, Galvatron, but that that was like a oh crap moment by the to me. Like when Optimus drives his blade into Galvatron's chest, and it just eats up Optimus's sword, and he pulls it out. He's like, "No spark," and I was like, "Oh, whoa, that's new." You know, that I like that was new. Even then, like I'm I know I should be talking about the humans a bit more too in these movies, but really, who cares at this point? Like Stan Chuchi thinking he can control all these bots, knowing full well that they siphoning material from Megatron's head. What could possibly go wrong with that? Even the Galvatron model, he's like, what? Like, I want him to look like Optimus. Bro, you are constructing a robot from Megatron's head, and you're expecting the body to look like Optimus Prime. Are you dense? How else would you think it would look if you're siphoning it from the head of Megatron? You're not siphoning it from the head of Optimus. Of course, it's not going to look like Optimus. I don't even know how they're gonna how they yeah. I don't even know how Stinger is supposed to look like Bumblebee. You know, and yet they're expecting Galvatron to look like Optimus. I'm like, that's dumb. Surprised you even got Stinger to at least come off looking like Bumblebee. At least that it's still dumb. Um, yeah. Another another dumb thing was T.J. Miller. T.J. Miller was dumb, but again, I bring up T.J. Miller because it goes back to the gratuitous violence that we talked about in Dark of the Moon, which when Lockdown throws a grenade and it blows up, and literally when T.J. Miller gets hit with that bomb, he gets turned into metal. and his whole chest is hollowed out. He's like both skeleton and flesh mixed together. And it's a horrifying scene, by the way, but it's still gratuitous. Like, I'm like, wow, you guys are still repping up the violence in this movie, even with the the Autobots dying angle, especially what they did with one of the records. I forgot to mention the records when I mentioned Ratchet. One of the records die as well. He gets taken out too. But like, again, I'm not I'm not the person that's always advocating against violence. I'm like have a point to it. Is what I'm saying. Have a point. All my favorite action movies have lots of violence. Mark for Death, um, the John Wick films, uh, Hardcore Henry, Upgrade, um, the first Kick Ass movie. Second Kick Ass is it's a guilty pleasure from. Second Kick Ass movie is kind of a guilty pleasure. I know a lot of people don't like the second Kick Ass movie, but again, the point, even Deadpool, the violence has a purpose, either to be funny or to show how violent measures people are willing to go, to show how dangerous the world they live in is, or to illustrate how ruthless either the hero can be or the anti-hero can be, or how ruthless the villain can be in the violence, is what I'm saying. It should not be like that in the Transformers movies. Not to that extent. Especially when the humans get hurt. Especially when you're trying to market it towards children as well. And I hate to be that type of person that's like that PSA movement type of person where you should not be showing this. No, because I love. Here's the thing. I love the Never Ending Story, and the horse died in that movie, and that was marketed towards children. Gamora gets stabbed by Atreyu, and there's blood leaking all over Atreyu's arm, and that was marketed towards children. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying but once again, have a purpose and a point to why it's in there. The violence, and T.J. Miller's death in that movie was gratuitous. We did not. He's a comic relief to be. He's a comic relief, sure, yes. He's a dumb comic relief too, especially when he call in the Kelsey Grammer's group to apprehend Optimus. Which let me get into Optimus' character here. He's outright shooting humans left and right in this movie. Grant, some of the human, like in many shots when he do shoot at the humans, he don't actually hit them. He mostly shoots straight fire to knock them off their behinds. And even when they storm into the factory, Stanley Tucci's factory, they even shoot wildly in the air. They don't actually outright shoot at the humans, but when he does shoot at them, like, wow, that really contradicts his moral standing about the humans in the first movie. You know, granted, he did shoot a guy to protect Kate, but still, like, yeah, we can even harken back to Man of Steel about that one if you like. But yeah, that was that I didn't like that. I didn't. Um, that final fight between him and Lockdown was kind of dumb. It was kind of dumb because Optimus is a seasoned fighter. He's majority of the time when we see him in these films, he's almost getting his butt handed to him here and there, but he does come out on top every once in a while. But him versus Lockdown should have been almost a cakewalk, especially when you got that sword upgrade. Um, Another issue I have about, again, let's get back to my issues with Michael Bay's filmmaking now. The battles go on far too long than they need to, all because he wants to push an hour quota, so to speak. Age of Extinction was 3 hours compared to the previous three movies. Age of Extinction was 3 hours. It did not need to be. It did not need to be that long. And that, I think, to me, and that suspicion, my suspicion is the reason why they had that whole talk about that statue scene was to pad out the time, basically. Obviously, the pad out about obviously, if anything, if they're gonna pad out the time, they should have picked a. They should have had a different idea about that scene. I'm not gonna go back to that scene. I've already gave my 2 cents about that one. But the geography, the geography is terrible in Dark of the, like it was terrible in Dark of the Moon, but it's worse in Age of Extinction. Not like they do set up the location, but they don't really set up enough to where everybody is at that moment. Some Decepticons show up. Do we even call them Decepticons at this point? But some of the Decepticons show up and disappear when they get shot. Like you got that one scene where Hound is like taking them on one man army and all that stuff, right? And he's shooting them and he's shooting them. You hardly ever see the body still remaining there. Like every once in a while, every once in a while, when every time they show him, the whole area resets itself. There's no body part left. If there is, it's there, but it gets removed every once in a while. Um, one one Decepticon is hiding around the corner, and a stray bullet hits him in the face. We don't know where that bullet came from, especially when the camera zoom to where Kate is, and to where I think I could be wrong. I could be misremembering that scene, but I clearly remember there's a scene where a Decepticon is hiding, and a stray bullet hits him dead in the face, and he slides down. But then the camera pans where Hound is and where Kate is, and the Decepticon is nowhere near where Kate's supposed to be aiming at, and I don't think he shot through that wall, but it suggests that Kate may have shot him directly in the face, but he's not in that. That's what I mean by geography of action is off in this movie, badly, very bad. Bad Michael Bay. Bad Michael Bay. You did not do action geography right. But I digress. Let's get to the Dinobots in this one because here's where we finally get the Dinobots and we get them late in the movie. Sadly, he only did 4 Dinobots. And I'm sorry, there's no way to tell who is supposed to be who. Okay, you got Grimlock. We all know who Grimlock is. We got Slag. Who's the Triceratops name? Was it Slug? Slug? Slag or Snarl? I keep every I always here's the thing. The Dinobots are my favorite of the Transformers, but I can never seem to get their names right, except for Swoop and maybe Snarl and Grimlock. I can never tell which one was Sludge or which one was uh Sludge Slug or you guys help me in the comments, please. Help me in the comments. Any Transformers fans, please help me in the comments with their names, and please put the names of the dinosaurs that they're supposed to be. Please, because yeah. So I did like the fact that they went to the Dinobots, but they didn't completely adapt them correctly, and I believe they had a Spinosaurus supposedly or no, he wasn't a Spinosaurus, he was a Baryonyx, but he had spikes on his back. But I think that was supposed to be I think that's supposed to be Sludge, the Brontosaurus. I believe Sludge was. I think that was supposed to be the standing of Sludge. Brian, we all know Grimlock was a T-Rex. I'm talking about the other ones. Okay, Chris P is helping me out. Hey, Chris P, by the way, say hello, Chris P. Um, okay, Slag was the Triceratops. Sludge was the. Sorry, let me highlight it. Sludge was the Brontosaurus. Snarl was the Stegosaurus. So that means because they all start with an S. So Slag was the Triceratops, Sludge was the Brontosaurus, and Snarl was the. So yeah, Grimlock was the T Rex as usual. If he wasn't a T Rex, we all would have rioted. I believe Sludge was the Baryonyx. Oh, we know. Like I said, Brian, I know who Swoop was. I knew who Grimlock was. Um, I just always got confused to who Slag was. Hey, Damien X247, you're new here, buddy. Or is this your second time being here? I don't know. I don't know. But I'm glad you're here. I know you through Ishi stream. He's from Ishi stream. But I'm glad you're here, buddy. Thank you for participating. Um, like I said, it was always Snarl, Sludge, and Slag that I always got the mix up because I was like, who's who again? But when it came down to Grimlock and Swoop, I always knew who they was. Like they were easy. Cause okay, first time, first time. Welcome, dude. Welcome. Like your icon too. Um, yeah, welcome him, everybody. Welcome Damien for first time of the Wolf Commander Rambles. For a second episode of Wolf Commander Rambles. Um, yeah, I was confused Slag, Sludge, and Snarl every single time because I could never for the life of me remember it half the time. It was always Grimlock and Swoop. Nice one. Um, it was always Swoop and Grimlock. I knew for a fact who was who, but when it came out to those three, I always have a problem trying to get their names correctly. So thank you guys for clarifying that. So Slag was among them. Slag was with them. Swoop was with them, but I believe only Sludge was changed, and we didn't get Snarl. Snarl wasn't among them, but Sludge was changed to a Baryonyx instead of a Brontosaurus in Age of Extinction, which I was kind of if that was the case, if that's I could be confusing the name because they did give him a name, but whoever he was changed. Whichever one, it was either Snarl or Sludge that was changed to a Baryonyx, and I was like, that's not right. That is not right at all. I don't care what their reason was either for why they didn't have Sludge as a Brontosaurus if that was Sludge. Or I don't care what their reason was for not having Snarl to be a Stegosaurus in that movie. Especially when you bring in Slag, like there's no excuse as to how Snarl was not a Stegosaurus if he was the Baryonyx in Age of Extinction. No excuse. I did not like Swoop's design either. Swoop was a two-headed pterodactyl, or at least no, he wasn't pterodactyl. He was a Ooh, I'm supposed to be a dinosaur head too. I'm supposed to be a dinosaur aficionado. I believe it's called a Rhamphorhynchus. It's that's that one pterosaur with that unique tail with the fin at the end. But that's what he's supposed to be. A two-headed, two-tailed giant Rhamphorhynchus. I did not like the design at all. He should have been a pteranodon. He's supposed to be a pteranodon. Of all the egregious changes, that one I did not like. But I also didn't like the fact that they didn't talk. I didn't like how they were silent. All they did was grunt, roar, growl. They basically made them Neanderthals. In other words, you could not find anybody to do a Grimlock voice. Hell, you could have hired me to do the Grimlock voice. Me, Grimlock, mad that they did not make me talk in movie. There you have it. It would not have been the same Grimlock, but I know how to do a Grimlock voice. Okay? Give me a few voice practices. Let me straighten my voice. Oh, I'd be like Kevin Michael Richardson in that one because I do believe if Kevin Mc, I would say this: if they couldn't get the original voice actor for Grimlock, we can agree to disagree on that one. Brian Gilmore, in a way, I do like it, but I prefer Fall Cybertron's portrayal of Grimlock. Just let you know, I prefer Fall Cybertron's Grimlock. I'm gonna try to speed this up, guys, because I know you guys are gonna prepare for Professor Geek's stream later tonight. I don't know what time he's supposed to be streaming the Wolfman tonight, but I'm gonna try to speed it along. But yeah, like I said, I didn't like how they didn't talk. It's fine if they don't talk in vehicle in dinosaur mode, but if they're in robot mode, they should talk. Um, a lot of people didn't like the fact that in order for Grimlock to work with Optimus, Optimus had to backhand him to get him to act right. I think that's in character. I actually didn't mind. I think that was in character of Grimlock to attack Optimus Prime like that, and for Optimus Prime to lay him down like that to get him to work. I just didn't like the choice of words. You will serve me and aid me in protecting the humans, or you will die. Make your choice. I'm like, no. Optimus will not. Optimus will not do that. Optimus will not say that. He would not threaten. He would not threaten the life of another like that. Like the way how he threatened Grimlock like that. I didn't like that. Um, Speaking of the robots, another thing that tickled my sense when pet peeve is when Optimus ran to that ship and grabs the sword and he says, "Recognize one of your knights." Since when were you a knight? When have you ever been a knight? I'm sorry. You don't pull that out of your behind on that. I'm sorry. Since when have Optimus been a knight? He's a prime, yes, but how is he a knight? That bruh. When he said recognize one of your knights, I'm like, since when? I almost screamed that in the theaters when he said that. Since when? Last time I checked, you're supposed to be a soldier. Yeah, Casey Scott. Yeah, Casey Scott. He did. If you watch the scene, because there's a clip on YouTube. If you watch the scene, he says, "You will aid me in protecting the humans, or you will die. Make a choice." By the way, how's my Optimus Prime voice? How on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate my Optimus Prime voice? Brian Gil Martin. I'm gonna stop for real quick to reach him. Are they trying to make Optimus Prime to Snyder's Batman? They pretty much they didn't try. They actually did in the last two films of the Bayverse of the Bayformers. They pretty much did at this point. Because even then, when Optimus found out that they were killing off Autobots to salvage their parts, I'll kill them all. They when he ran into Storm into that. I like my immaculate traveling scribes rating of my Optimus Prime voice. Thank you, Ivan. Thank you for that. But yeah, he at the you and Age Boomer both stopped at the you guys you know what, when you start that Dark Moon, you are all the better for it. I will tell you this right now, you are all the better for it. Because I lived through all the rest of the movies up till even up to Bumblebee, and I will tell you guys are fortunate. We will not. You know what? I was going to talk about Devastator in the in Rise Revenge of the Fallen, but I think it. Yeah, yeah, I didn't. Yeah, I was going to, but I'm like, nah, nah. Mm-mm. I will say this though. I will say this: poor geography again in Revenge of the Fallen. I don't care. I don't care where that ship was positioned. There's no way he there was going to hit Devastator to take him out like that with that rail gun. No, it's not. It's not the rail gun that bothered me. It's the fact that we don't know what location that ship was to get that shot. Is what I'm saying. They didn't establish that. Is what I'm saying. So I was like, what? That actually hit him? Where was that ship at? Where was that ship located? Answer me. You could like instead of showing that rail gun, which is a cool thing to show, how was it hard to get jets to fly over there? Okay, we can throw in the whole the air air jurisdiction in Africa, maybe. But I'm still like questioning that shot that ship took at Devastator. But I'm gonna move on. I've already covered what I said about part two, so I'm gonna keep it on part four. Yeah, and the Dinobots. I will say this: Autobots riding on the Dinobots. Cool moment. The music kind of helped too. I will say this: the here's what I did like about the Transformers movies. It's the music. You know what I'm saying? The music really sells the action sometimes, and I think that's why people like the action in these movies so much. Is the music that elevates it. So I did kind of like that. I mean, I tend to revisit that scene where they're running through the through China or Hong Kong rather, and they're like chowing down and burning up and knocking over enemy Decepticons, and you just hear that drum beat. I'm like, oh, I would say that did get a rise out of me, like of excitement. I'm like, oh yeah, I was clapping too. I was like, oh yeah, let's go. Like I would say this, like if there's anything that was like the best thing about that movie was that Dinobot charge that they were doing. Like Optimus with the sword and everything, and he's riding on Grimlock. He dismounts Grimlock, cut a few Decepticons, chuck a sword to another Decepticon, grabs that, shoot another Decepticon, and hop right back on Grimlock and continue the charge. I was like, oh man, that was actually pretty. That was pretty cool. It's one of the scenes. It's one of the most where, for once, they didn't do close-up shots on the Transformers, which they did in some scenes in the early films where you can hardly see what was going on. They finally learned to pull the camera back for once in these movies, you know. But that was like a cool scene. But that was not enough to save that movie for me, especially at the end when Optimus decides to leave and go after the creators. I'm coming for you. I'm like, so you're gonna leave the planet leaderless? Wow. Chris P says almost walked out of the Dark on the Moon. Only stayed because the movie was more than half. Or I wonder what made you almost walk out of the what scene almost made you walk out of the theater by chance, Chris P. Please share that in the comments. Okay, let's get to the movie that the Transformer movie that broke me. That was stated early in this chat for those of you who are late in the game. Last Transformers: The Last Night broke me. You know what I'm saying? They re- they really they really broke me in last night because again it goes back to the beginning yet again, and apparently King Arthur has ties to the Transformers, and Merlin is the original progenitor to the Witwicky lineage. I'm saying that right now. That's a spoiler, yes, but I'm saying that right now. So apparently, Sam Witwicky's great 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 grandfather is Merlin, and apparently there's some other relatives that are British. Because Anthony Hopkins has a picture of him, and this is sad. There's a picture of Shia LaBeouf in his dormitory, I believe, and it's his user Lazeman217 profile picture, framed up in frame in a picture frame. It's a picture of, and bruh, when I saw that on a shelf, I died laughing because you could not find a better picture of Shia LaBeouf. You have to go with his Lazeman2147 profile picture. Wow. But yeah, so apparently there were Cybertronians that can form into a dragon. There's these 5 knights. And going back to that super magic metal that the Decepticons had in Age of Extinction, apparently that's not a unique thing that's new, that's newly invented in Age of Extinction. Apparently, Knight, the I think there were 7 Cybertronian knights that were with King Arthur in his Knights of the Round Table. So apparently these knights, if you swear fealty to them, or at least if you can get them to fight your cause, they will break themselves down and form into a 3-headed dragon. All 7 of them. But they do it in the way how the Decepticons in Age of Extinction form up. Again, breaking continuity and breaking your rules yet again. And apparently it's essential for King Arthur to win the war, but it's weird because I say it's weird because they're using the dragon to fight against King Arthur's men. They're not using the dragon to fight the Decepticons. Again, why do they keep going back to history and trying to establish that we get it. Transformers were on Earth before Optimus Prime and his guys got on Earth. We get it. Stop being a dead horse at this point. We get it. They have always been on Earth. We get it. It's done. No more. So apparently the plot surrounds this scepter that Merlin carries around. Do you want to know what this scepter powers up or activates? Unicron. And I'm going to get to why this movie broke me. So, up to this point, for each and every movie, it seemed like the writers and the director keeps trying to one up the plot device for each movie. So in the first movie, you had the Allspark. In the second movie, you had the Energon Sun Destroying Machine. The third movie, you had the Space Bridge. The fourth movie, you had the Seed. So apparently, Earth is Unicron. Yeah, you heard me correctly, guys, and I will repeat myself. Earth, this whole time, is Unicron. And the whole mission of this movie is to not wake up. It's basically to prevent him from waking up. Because if he wakes up, we die. Bruh, this is the second Transformer movie where I would have walked out. I was ready to walk out. I was ready to leave the theater when I heard that realization. When they said that, when they, I allowed that. I'm allowing actually that I am allowing in the Cybertron CGI cartoon because that was his own continuity. But in the case of the Bayformers movies, it renders what they've been fighting for moot, completely mute. Mostly because once Unicron wakes up, there is no way you can get us off the planet at this point. They have never like they have never established any moment where if there could be a cataclysmic event yet again with the way how Dark of the Moon did that, like the whole bringing Cybertron to Earth. Nobody is it nobody has never made any measures to vacate the planet should the Cybertronians do a world-ending event on Earth. Nothing's established about that at all, like at all. So if Unicron wakes up, how are the Cybertrons going to get us off the planet? How are the Autobots going to save us? How are the Autobots going to protect us if he wakes up and transforms? We're dead. It's done. You lost. Optimus, you lost the war. You're on Unicron now. You've lost the war. Um, yeah, Chris P. Yeah, you didn't. Yeah, this, of all the Transform movies that could have broke me, this was the one. This was the one that broke me because of that revelation. And I don't care. I don't care what anybody says. I'm spoiling the heck out of this movie. This movie was dumb. And I like Chris P's here was he didn't care for Patrick Dempsey's character. Yeah, I didn't. I said that earlier too. Like the way how they handled Patrick Dempsey's character was mishandled. Like if they really wanted to make take him seriously, they would never put him in a car sales a car dealership at all. Especially with the whole thing with the Russians thing. But I digress. Like yeah. I should. You know what? I should end the stream right now after saying that about last night. But I still need to say more. I still need to say more. The whole Optimus Prime being Nemesis Prime. Wasted opportunity. I believe her name was Quintessa. Basically, he flies out into space. Since the last movie, he takes off into space to take on the creators. But he freezes halfway near Saturn. Some leader you are, buddy. You can't even get that far out into deep space before you freeze up. What kind of Cybertronian leader are you? But he gets picked up by what looks to be the remnants of a destroyed Cybertron since the space bridge cuts itself off from excuse me excuse me. Basically, since the space bridge cuts itself off, that means Cybertron is destroyed because half of the planet, or at least a chunk of the planet, was removed, and it basically broke out into pieces, and it's held up by Quintessa, and she literally brings Cybertron to Earth, which again, it really begs the question: why, oh why, did they really need the space bridge to bring Cybertron to Earth? If there's a machine out there that can move Cybertron, methinks the writers did not take notes while they were writing this. Methinks they dumb. And Brian Gilmartin with the Nemesis Prime. Is this Transformers or Resident Evil? Shake my head. Yeah. So, excuse me. So you got that. You got bone. Oh, the ridiculous. Uh, speaking of Bumblebee, this is one thing I was people. Okay, we get it. We all love Bumblebee. We all love Bumblebee. Everybody loves Bumblebee. I love Bumblebee. Okay, he may not be my favorite. It'll always be Optimus and Grimlock between those two. If you really want me to tell you who's my favorite Transformer, it's Grimlock and Optimus Prime. Let's go with that. Bumblebee is I love Bumblebee, but he's not my top favorite. I'm sorry, he's not my. I hate to break your hearts, guys. He's not my top favorite. But so Bumblebee has the ability to break apart and reform himself like he's Cubics. Anybody ever heard of Cubics? Robots for Everybody? Please let me know in the chats because Cubics was cool. It was a Korean animated show that was on Kids WB at one point. It was about this robot called Cubics that's basically a robot made of cubes. I'm explaining Cubics, by the way. He can break himself apart and reform into all shapes, like a helicopter, a jet, a platform, you know. But that's whenever time when he did that, I was like, I should not be reminded of Cubics. I mean, it's good that I'm reminded of Cubics because I loved Cubics when I was a kid, but that's not what I'm supposed to be thinking about when I'm watching a Transformers film. And he had to be. It's at this point where let's go with the setting of last night. So Transformers keep coming. Transformers keeps coming. I can't believe I'm actually calling them. Cybertronians keep coming to yeah, Vector Man. Yeah. He Bumblebee is basically Vector Man at this point. That's basically what he is. He's Vector Man from Sega. Vector Man. But like the story goes is that there's a lot of Cybertronians on the planet. Autobot, Decepticon, they'll get into blatant skirmishes out in the open. You know, they have no way of getting rid of the Cybertronians at this point. Like, so they're running around free, shooting each other, fighting each other. Heck, you even get one scene with John Turturro, which I did not need no scene with John Turturro. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We did not need a scene with John Turturro. He's irrelevant at this point. The third movie made him irrelevant. Yeah, we get a cameo from him by this point. Um, by that he's trying to contact Anthony Hopkins in this movie. Yeah, Anthony Hopkins is in this movie, and he doubled roles, I believe, in this movie. I think he was also Merlin in that one. I'm not sure though, but I do believe he was Merlin and the Witwicky, uh, the British Witwicky, I call him the British Witwicky in that one. He also formed the order of the Witwickies, which is weird, stupid, really stupid. Excuse me. Mm. But you got the Transformers are just fighting for the sake of fighting at this point. Even it's established also that Nest or Sector 7, I believe, has lock Transformers. I keep saying that Cybertronian criminals now in lockup. And there's a scene where Megatron goes to yeah. Oh, here's another thing. Megatron Galvatron's no longer Galvatron. He's back Megatron now, and he doesn't have the transforming abilities he had in Age of Extinction. He is back being a jet because he was a jet. He was a jet in the first movie. He was a tank and a jet in the second movie. And I do believe he was still a tank. No, he was a truck. He was a trucker, a tanker trucker, in the third movie. But he was also a semi truck. I could be getting that wrong. He was a semi truck in Age of Extinction, but now he's back to being a jet again in this movie for no reason. For no reason. He doesn't even have the shape shifting technology that brought him back to life. And apparently, it seems like he has a spark now. So they're retconning everything it's like they hate. It's like they knew everybody hated Age of Extinction, but they're choosing to ignore it. But they still keep Kate. They still keep Kate Yeager. Kay Yeager's no longer on the back on his farm. He's not being an adventurer at this point. He's freaking Mad Max now. He's they're it's like they're trying to have their cake and eat it. They're trying to have this whole post-apocalyptic world filled with humans and Cybertronians, but everything, like, you got one area that's super desolate, and you got robots running around. You got Linux. Oh my goodness. I keep saying Lynch should have been the main character, but now I don't want him to be a main character now, because the way how they portray him in this movie now, he's going around still hunting down robots indiscriminately. By the way, even Bumblebee, he's trying to hunt down Bumblebee. What? He is a completely different character in this movie, and he was my favorite human character since the first movie, and they changed him. I was mad, man. I was mad. It's like, why? Why is Linux part of Kelsey Grammer? He's part of. By the way, I don't know Kelsey Grammer's group called. I forgot what it's called, but he's part of them now. He's there. He's part of them now. Apparently. So apparently, I guess Ness got decommissioned, and he had to work for them now. But he's a totally different character. He's hunting Cybertronians indiscriminately. He don't care if it's like, there's a moment where he acknowledges that they're hunting Bumblebee. He's acknowledging that they're hunting Bumblebee. There's no hint that he's trying to give off the chase. There's no hint of him trying to, try to make sure that Bumblebee gets away. He is really gung ho in hunting Bumblebee, and he's gung ho in hunting Cade. Yeah, I'm like, wow. Look at how they massacred my boy. Just look. How did they do? Wow. This is where I say at this point, Michael Bay just don't care, and whoever the writer was in this one just didn't care anymore about the characters. This really broke me. Again, I keep saying that, like, the more I kept seeing changes to characters that I loved since Jump, the more I died inside watching this film, because I really loved Linux, and the way how he's portrayed in this movie. Oh my goodness, that was very disheartening, very very soul crushing. To Yeah. Um. Whew, we've been at this 4 hours, and I appreciate your guys' constitution, guys. Thank you for sticking around. Um, I hated Quintessa as the villain, the major villain. She flip flopped at the end of the movie. At first, she was all for destroying Unicron, but then at the end of the movie, she's all for awakening Unicron, and that's where we hit a cliffhanger with this franchise, and that's where we hit a standstill at this franchise, and it also suggests that Bumblebee was always here. He was in World War II, which was weird, really weird, because the first movie suggested that he just arrived, and that's when he signaled the Autobots. But, like, he was always here in World War II, guys. He was fighting the Nazis, which was it's a brilliant idea in concept, but in writing, why haven't he contacted the Autobots since then? Right? Right? When you really want to think, when you do the thinking thing. Good night, Brian. He has to go to bed. Sorry about that, buddy. Talking your ear off like that. But yeah, if we do the thinking game, he should have contacted the Autobots since World War II, if he was operating in World War II. So you're trying to tell me that Bumblebee was absent-minded in his mission. If we're gonna really roll with the continuity with this films, they should have been here by now, not at that point in the first movie, right? But I digress. That was a. It's like, again, you're piling more. Yeah, I get it. Everybody loves Bumblebee, but I don't need I don't need him to have new upgrades as the plot demands. Um, hmm. Yep. Yep. I agree with you, Damien. I agree with you. Yeah. I didn't need Bumblebee to be super ultra ultra awesome in every movie that he's in. That whole idea that whole thing where he can break himself apart and reform back together and stuff. That's stupid. Next time, aim for the head. And again, he's still talking with the radio. He's still talking with the radio to this day. I'm pretty sure at this point, any fan of Bumblebee knows that they're getting tired of the radio thing. I got tired of it after the third movie. I roll with it at some points, but I'm like, can we get him talking? Can we get him to talk? But Wolf Tan, everybody loves the radio. It's so no, no. It was a gimmick in the first movie. It should not be part of his character. He should be. And here's the thing. Here's another thing that broke that. This was the this was really what angered me about Bumblebee was the fact that they're still on the train of fixing his voice box. They got back on that. It took them 5 movies to get them back to fixing his voice box. Um, you got the little girl. Her name was the actress who played Dora in the Dora movie, the live action Dora movie. You got the actress. I believe her name was Isabel Lona. I think her name is. But she's a good actress. I like her. I like her as a good actress. I hated her in this movie. I liked her in Sicario 2. I liked her in. I didn't mind her being Dora. Actually, I didn't mind her being Dora. I do wish they would have. I still like the that one trailer, that one mock trailer by I think it was who was that did that mock Dora trailer? You guys can remind me. But I did not like her as this especially her a trailer dedicated to her. Run like a girl, shoot like a girl. Yeah, I'm a girl. I can run like a girl. Can you? I'm like, every time I saw that teaser trailer, I'm like, wow. So okay. Michael Bay, do the feminists got anything on you? Cause sorry, all listeners here. Grayson, we have two. We have the two wingmen here. We have the immaculate traveling scribe Ivan Mendoza, and we now have the Guyver Patriot, Owen Lister. Welcome everybody. Welcome him to here, everybody. And here is his comment. Hello, just back from work. Hot take. I didn't mind the radio talk Bumblebee in the movies. There were more issues I had with the franchise than that, and I just put that as the number. I put it's more of a character point in Bumblebee. He should be able to talk after a while, but I'm hating how they used his voice box as a talking point for his character, or as a plot point, a character arc for him in this movie in Last Night. I'm talking about. We're on Last Night now. If you're joining in late and again, you're pretty much at the tail end with us. I'm talking about the Last Night now, the movie that broke me in the Transformers franchise, as I call it. They made that a character arc for him to use a voice box. Like they had this jokes in where when they put a voice box in him, he had a female voice. Another time he's talking like I don't know. Think I think he was speaking Mexican. Sorry, he's speaking Spanish. There's one point where he's speaking Spanish and he's like, and he's always getting pissed off every time they get the voice box wrong, or at least they get the voice wrong. But that was dumb. And apparently, the Dinobots can breed in this world, because when we get to K, where K's been hiding at and built and like hiding the Autobots and the Dinobots. So There's these little slags, these little grimlocks, these little swoops running around. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to know how these guys came about. I'm just gonna assume that these guys breed asexually. Let's go with that. They're Godzilla from 1999 or 1998. Yeah, they're Zilla. That's how they breed. I'm not going to question. I'm not going to explore that. Let's just assume they breed like Zilla from 1999. Cause them little baby Dinobots, I'm like, what? Yeah, I agree. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Owen Lister. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I was bored throughout that movie. I was so, bruh. If you were there with me, I was slinked into my seat watching that movie. That's how bored I was. I had to fight my sleep to stay awake in that movie. Actually, I was literally falling asleep. My wife had to pat me to keep me awake because I was snoring. The moment I drift off, I was snoring for real, man. But yeah, how could the fifth movie and it was the most boring movie out of all of them, right? You guys can say the end all be all anything about this movie. Yeah, that. Uh, anyways, actually, I don't think there's anything I liked in this movie, like at all. Barricade was back. That was nice. It was nice to know that Barricade still survived after all these movies. I could have sworn he died in the first movie last time I checked. But yeah, Barricade came back. Oh, actually, you know what? I take it back. I take it back. There is one thing I liked about this movie. For once, and this is another thing I liked about Age of Extinction. For once, the Decepticons had a distinct color feature. For once, they're no longer uniformly designed. They don't have grays or blacks. Like you had Barricade, he's got like blue and purple. You had oh goodness, Michael Bay ripped off Suicide Squad in this movie as well. Just to let you guys know. So there's a scene where so there's a scene where Megatron goes to Linux's team and he demands them to release a certain number of Decepticons. He's listening by name, and each one pops in. You got this big old text name like it's X-Men, the animated series from the '90s. And like they're egging off a Suicide Squad. They're egging off a Suicide Squad. So you got one dude that's called Ravager. You got one that's called Nitro Zeus. Um, I can that's how forgettable they are. I can't remember their names, but their names were on display when every time they got released, and each one apparently okay. Here's another improvement. They gave them personalities. Terrible personalities, by the way, but still personalities. They were used to go hunt after Cade and Optimus Prime and everybody else, but oh, they killed off the Dinobots in this movie, or at least the Dinobots gets they get shot at, but they get ignored for the Super Dragon at the end of the movie. He reprised his role for two movies. He was Owen Lister. He reprised his role. He reprised the role in Age of Extinction and Last Night. That was only two movies. You know what I'm saying? That I wouldn't even count that as a saving grace because Megatron was useless in this movie. He was there. He there got into a fight with Optimus and got his butt whipped. Got kicked out of the ship, or well, he got kicked out of Cybertron. Um, I'm not even gonna talk about that Cogsworth dude because a little small, tiny little machine like that can flip over Scope, the Jason Statham bot, can flip that guy over using his with just his finger. That was stupid. I'm not gonna talk about that guy. That guy was dumb. Oh my goodness. Just letting you know, Owen. Yeah, he wasn't just there, he wasn't voicing Megatron just last night. He was also Galvatron in Age of Extinction. Just letting you know. But yeah. What else can I say about this? Uh, Nemesis Prime was a missed opportunity. Yeah, I agree with you, Damien. He was useless since the since the second film. He was always kowtowing to the next big bad, or he was overshadowed by the next big bad. In the case of Age of Extinction, he was kowtowing to Sentinel Prime. Not so much the Fallen, but he was kowtowing to Sentinel Prime. But he also got overshadowed by Lockdown because I care more about Lockdown than Galvatron. And then and then he served Quintessa for no reason. No reason. He she was there and he just listened. He obeyed. So I'm like, yeah, that. And again, I hate Quintessa. I really hate her. Let's move on to Bumblebee. The hope, the saving grace of the franchise, the hope, Bumblebee. Nothing. I won't go completely in detail to Bumblebee other than I watch it. I have watched it 5 times already. I like the new design. This to me, Bumblebee, the Transformers that the Autobots and Decepticons that look what they look like in Bumblebee is far superior to the Bayformers design. They don't look like skeletons with a skin parted around them. They don't look like bionicle figurines. They actually look like the Autobots. They actually look like Decepticons for once. For once. And I've seen the behind the scenes, and Bumblebee was made by fans, real Transformers fans. Okay, Grant, we didn't get Megatron and Bumblebee, and that's why I won't get into complete detail. Other than I will say that Megatron is not in this movie. If you're going there looking for Megatron, he's not in this movie. Um, Again, big bummer that Megatron didn't. But we don't really need Megatron to show up in every movie. By the way, um, I like the new character, Haley Steinfeld, I believe her name is. Haley Steinfeld's character, Charlie. She was not, and mind you, this is coming after the whole SJW rise in writing in movies, especially the way how women are expected to be written in movies nowadays. She was one female character that I liked and did not hate. She was not annoying. I, I felt her when she cried. I almost cried with her. When she experienced sadness and disappointment, I was there with her. I felt like Haley Steinfeld is one of my favorite actresses of like one of my top favorites when it comes to favorite actresses, and she sells that emotion, that raw emotion, and I love it. I also love her connection with Bumblebee. Love it way more than Shia LaBeouf's Sam Witwicky's character, because in each movie he flip flops whether he wants Bumblebee around or he doesn't want Bumblebee around. And then the times he's always screaming Bumblebee, Bumblebee, Optimus, Optimus, I like shut up. You know what I'm saying? But when it came down to Haley to Charlie, I'm sorry, Charlie, when she screamed Bumblebee, you feel that she's concerned, she's scared for him. When 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 she tells him what he, you know, the problems that he could cause, he listens. She's not talking down on him when she does. She scolds him, but it's not in a talk down manner. I love Charlie way more than Sam. Sacrilege. I know a lot of people love Sam Witwicky. I hear a lot of people didn't like Kate that much. Truth be told, I like Kate way more than Sam Witwicky, Kate Yeager, and if I had to put Transformer protagonists, Charlie is the top. Kate is second, and Shia is dead bottom. Actually, no, no. Actually, I take that back. Charlie, Lennox, Kay, and Sam is dead last, dead at the bottom. I'm sorry, guys. If you guys like Sam Witwicky since the first Transformers, I had to be that person to tell you like he's low in the list. Charlie's above. Lennox is second, and that's the only reason why Lennox is second is because of how they betrayed me with him in last night. Okay, that's the only reason why he's second. And Owen's got the comment. Let's highlight that one. I think the main problem with the Bayforms was that every movie had the same plot. Some Cybertronian artifact that could end the world. G1 had more stories than that. Yeah, I actually point that out early in the stream. So if you want to, once we get done with the stream, you can go rewatch it. I actually went into very almost detail to each one of the movies, and that running theme with all of them. That's you could attribute that to all the franchises that were very terrible, like the Resident Evil franchise, to some extent the Underworld franchise. Um, I'm not gonna put the sequel trilogy in. That was horrible to begin with. Horrible to begin with, but I'm talking about franchises that came before, like the Underworld franchise, the Resident Evil franchise, the Bayformers franchise, even the what's another franchise that ran to the ground over time. I can't put the Fast and Furious franchise in there because they're a sliding scale in quality. They actually, I dare I say it, the Fast series found its footing. The Fast series found its footing, so that's not a sinking ship. And they're still coming out with another one. They're still making another one. I think it's the ninth entry at this point, or the eighth entry. They're still making them. They even got a TV series on Netflix, an animated series. Yeah, fancy that. I think the only Fast movie that people didn't like was Tokyo Drift, which I don't think it was a bad movie. I don't think so. I like Tokyo Drift. Um, but yeah, this franchise, like I said, the only hope I had was Bumblebee, and bruh, if they ever do continue this, they need to continue what they left off with Bumblebee. They need to. But there's a rumor stating that there's a new one coming out, and it's still going to be part of the Bayformers franchise. Um, and this is where I have concerns is the fact that it's going to be in the Beast Wars era. I've seen concept art circling around. There's an ape Cybertronian. I think it's going to be Optimus Primal, and I hope they scrap that idea. I'm hoping they scrap that idea and just give it to the people who wrote Bumblebee. Keep these guys writing the Transformers franchise. Let them soft reboot it. Let them soft reboot it. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. I'm sorry. I'm not looking forward to like I'm just gonna keep Bumblebee in my collection. I'm gonna keep watching that. If this movie is continuing what last night left off at, I'm not watching it. And y'all can quote me on that. I'm not watching that at all. I'm not touching it. I don't want to be anywhere near it. Because last night broke me. Bumblebee restored faith in me for this franchise, but I doubt they're gonna fall through on that. Doubt it. I would continue discussing all the issues I had with Michael Bay, but I think we've gone on long enough. I want everybody to have time enough to get themselves ready. I'm saying that I want everybody to have time enough to get themselves ready for Professor Geek's show tonight. I have my copy of Wolfman through unsavory means, by the way. Um so um I bid you guys farewell. I appreciate you guys being here. You know what I'm saying? It was nice to hear you guys, for you guys to hear me ramble. I like your guys' comment. I love your participation. See you at the Professor Geeks channel tonight, which is the Wolfman. Uh, Thursday will be the Wolf Commander Rambles. Why the fixation on villains, where I discuss why modern writers have such a fixation on villains. I'm not done yet, guys. Don't leave yet. Um, it's gonna be talking about why modern writers have this sort of indulgence on villains, and why they identify with villains a lot more than heroes. Uh, on that day, well, actually, before I get to Thursday again, Wednesday will be Green Lion Girls stream of, I think, Hitman. After secondary to that will be Daniel Herron and Agent Boomer. I don't know what movie they're covering that for the music on that one. Thursday also after my Wolf Commander Rambles, will be Professor Geek and Big Al's book study on the Halloween tree. Saturday, I don't know what Troy or Big Al or any of them are covering on that rewatch. There's a rewatch on that Saturday potentially. Fan Man's doing something on Friday. I don't know what he's doing on Friday, but I know something's going on. Sunday will be me and Mr. Matchstick doing another weed watch. I don't know what he's got in store in that weed watch, but I will be participating. There's also before that study hall with Agent Boomer and Troy, whatever topic they're talking about. Monday, hey there, Sound Engraver. Sound Engraver's Monday Night Muse. If she does have something there going on, please check by there. I know Ners Network has something else. Ma Pacelli, as I call her, she has something there. Go check her stream out. Ners Network. That will be Ners Network. Check her out. Hit that subscribe. Hit that like. Watch her video about that box. I love that box. I really love her box video. First like. I was the fifth like. Anyways, thank you guys again. This has been Wolf 10, and this has been the Wolf Commander Rambles. Ow!